Anyway, we do have cards, so we are about to start. But yes, this is the final set for the pairs today. They're going to be playing rounds 13 to 20. So that's going to be 32 boards. Is that right?
It sounds like 8 4 word rounds to me. Yeah.
Okay, this is so random. Well, anyway, so 32 boards today, and then Swiss team starts tomorrow. All right.
Now you've probably seen the North South pair earlier today. Are they playing some kind of like Scandinavian club type system?
Dude, I don't remember. I know that one of the pairs we watched was playing Precision, and it was not the Indian pair. So I don't think it was North South. It might be East West. Oh, there goes the table. We've been kicked out.
Yep.
Yeah, there was one Precision pair. Okay, hold on. Have you heard of playing transfers over literally everything?
I've heard of playing transfers over a lot of things,
So, so twice on back to
like
back.
including opponents' openings, like to find everything.
I mean, almost like after overcalls.
Like you mean we overcall and then we play
No, no, no,
transfers?
no, no. The opponents overcall, and then we just start playing transfers, like all the way
I
up.
have seen something. I have seen something like that before. Yeah.
Okay, because two separate pairs did this earlier, and it really threw me for a loop. I mean, the auction was a diamond, a heart, overcall, two hearts showing spades.
Yeah, I've seen that type of thing. And I'm sure it's good. Like, just transfers generally are very good. So any given place you add transfers is probably good.
When would it start? So does it start at
I
one no
don't know.
trump?
I would think not, but I guess it has to start at least at one under their suit as a cubit. Otherwise, you lose that. Losing one no trump seems costly there.
Well, I mean, unless you play like the negative double is four or five spades and one spade is your no trump. I mean that's somewhat
Oh, over one
common.
part you could do that. Yeah, that's true. Over one spade, I think you probably need a no trump, but maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, not sure.
Yeah. All right, we're back here.
We are? Oh my god, yes we are. Good call. We have a table. We have cards. We don't have nameplates,
And,
but we think it is pair one against pair four, or
and
first
we have a
place against
different
fourth.
hand than the one that we initially saw, which would explain the table closing and reopening.
Ah, yes, good point. So, what ended up happening? North opened a club on their 12 count. East doubled 4-4 in the majors and 11 count. Not unreasonable. South bid two clubs. West jumped to three spades.
Which I hate because two spades is a free bid and your hand is just some random 10 count with
Yeah.
jack fourth of trumps.
Okay. And so three spades has ended the auction. We get the nine of clubs
And of
lead.
course, North, I'm sure, was pretty optimistic about his defensive chances, but he can't double it. That's just not what it means.
Yeah. Um,
Like, I think if South had somehow come up with a double, which he wouldn't on this actual hand, North was just going to pass it.
are you sure South shouldn't be acting? I mean,
I think with only four clubs, you can't force to the four level, and like look as it is, right? If his partner couldn't sit the double, their best four level fit is a 4-3 is a bad 4-3.
no, 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 no. They have a 4-4 club fit.
Oh, I'm sorry, we're right. Yeah, still like I think when you only have four clubs, you can't commit to the four level here, and that's kind of what you're doing when you double.
Yeah, that's true.
Alright, so
What
kind of
is. Yeah,
an
what.
interesting play by Claire here, following up on his interesting bidding.
I mean, I don't know what you're supposed to do is declare. Like, it's true you don't want to.
I mean, how about duck the first club, win the second, and start cross-roughing the minors, and kind of like then look around.
Yeah, I mean, you only get one club rough in hand.
Right, we can take, pot like on this hand with North in front of I guess unfortunately my spots are terrible, but you would still take, let's see, a club and a club rough is two, and two diamonds is four, and a heart is five. You'll take at least two trump tricks to get -100, which might be okay if they can make three clubs,
Yeah,
which they can.
yeah. The VGraph operator points out that the bidding might not actually be accurate.
Oh.
So, which I think is very
It's actually,
possible.
you know what? I bet it was actually a club double, three clubs, three spades.
Could be that. I mean, it could be a club double, two clubs, two spades, pass, pass, double. And then,
Yeah, that's possible too. Although, I think actually maybe then two no trump by South is more likely to get the diamonds in the picture.
sure, yeah. And you do get to three clubs.
Right.
Well,
Three spades. Well, both.
so North is elected to tap West out. I mean, North knows the spade position after his partner followed with the 10 on the first round. So he knew that just continuing ace of spades and a spade was not going to necessarily be that productive. Does elect to
Yeah, but here,
tap
I mean,
declare.
now that he's tapped declare once, he can exit with the nine of spades, and I think declare is going to be just down to he can score both dummy spades. He can take the diamond, through north. Yeah, but does play the nine of spades and a heart. So that looks like it'll be down two, right? Declare is going to have four more tricks from here.
Well, I mean, that's if declare gets those four tricks
Oh,
because
you think he might try to run the jack of diamonds here? That's true.
Jack of Hearts. Yeah, it's.
His name Mark, brother. Yeah.
I mean, maybe North would have done better to win the King of Hearts on the previous round.
I think he's better off playing three rounds of diamonds first and then running the jack of hearts if he's going to do that. Oh, I see. But then he might lose his hypothetical second heart trick.
Mm-hmm.
What does he know about North's distribution? Yeah, maybe that's actually not possible because what would North's distribution be then, right? If he can pull that off.
Well, this shape, right? Like without the King of Hearts. Like North could have the Queen of
Right, but
Diamonds
then but
instead.
then but then you don't have to run the jack. You can just cash the ace because South would have a singleton, and it would be the singleton king on that hypothetical layout.
Oh, I see. South has pitched a heart. Yes, maybe North South have kind of given the position away to declare at this point. That's possible.
Yeah.
Well, it does seem like maybe North South are a little shortchanged on their result here. They could have been plus a lot, um, doubling this if they were able to pull it off. But Declare has picked off the right plan. King of Diamonds, diamond to the ace, and a diamond rough. Um, Presumably, we cash the ace of hearts before doing all of
Yeah, so
this.
I actually don't like this play for that reason that, like, yeah, maybe everything is unlikely, but it's free to cash the ace of hearts first, and if the king pops up as South's remaining singleton, you can do this. I mean, here, there's no possibility. You can cash two hearts, then cash two rounds of diamonds, a rough one, and hold it down one. I guess this would be, right? Here, like, North might be able to pitch a heart.
Yeah, right. Um, yes, I mean, Declare should definitely have cashed the ace of hearts before playing that third diamond. But
Well, I think before playing any diamonds because he needs he can't then cast the heart and play his diamond to score the trump on Passant. His
no, he
entry he would have
can. He
been.
can. He can cash the ace of hearts and when and dump the
Oh, then he
jack.
can just play hearts.
Yeah,
Right. Oh, right. He had the 9-8. Yeah.
yeah.
He could also just play hearts and let North rough, and that would be the same.
Yep.
The same outcome.
Yep. Well, minus 100, so
That feels good for East West.
I assume so, because it's not really their hand. Like, a lot of
Yeah,
Easts
like
will not act over a club, and so North South will just have a free run to wherever they end up.
probably one no Trump.
Yeah.
And I don't know how they'll do there, but it can't be so bad. They've got, you know, double stoppers in every suit and a couple of black suit trick sources.
Sure.
Heart aces on sides, you got two hearts there. Six.
Yeah, all right. Board
Yeah,
18, good
perfect.
morning shift.
Hey,
It has been it's been good so far. We've had fun. That's always important, right? It's not about whether the bridge is good, it's about having fun.
so what do you think of East showing this as a four card limit raise?
Do you have to ask? It feels like a lot with all these queens and jacks and like queen jack doubleton.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't have a mixed raise available and his choices are two hearts and two no Trump, I might still prefer two hearts.
Yeah, seems reasonable.
And of course, it didn't matter since South had an easy bid and North had an easy raise to game.
Yeah, now I guess Declare's best plan is probably to set up the clubs. We can't really afford to rough two hearts in North's hand. I mean, we could, but
Yeah, but you'd better plan clubs first because if you, I mean, it's a little tough, right? Because you have to draw that third trump somehow. Well, I guess they can't both tap you and knock out the ace of diamonds.
right.
But I think he does have to play clubs now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think ace and a club is probably a pretty reasonable plan.
Yeah, you still win. Play some red suit, take an entry out of dummy. Let's say you play a third club and West plays another heart. Then you can draw two trumps and it's actually
No,
sorry.
everything's fine because like if they start tapping us in hearts, then like even if what ends up happening is we play a club and East roughs in and we pitch our diamond loser, it's still just like we're trading a loser for another loser.
All right, so ace in a club, East taps the dummy,
Yep,
let's say.
we play a club.
So do we play a third club now?
Yep.
They tap the dummy again.
Yeah, so like I mean now we're making five, but
I mean, are we though? Oh, I see. Because now we just draw two trumps from dummy and play a club, right?
yeah,
We don't draw the third trump because it's inconvenient.
yeah. But the diamond switch is more to the point. I mean, East can clearly see
Yeah.
that the clubs are a threat. We need to set up diamond tricks, so doesn't want to lead a diamond away from the king, but has no other choice. And
Yeah, and here now Declare can draw trumps, exit a club, and the defense can cash a diamond, and that's it.
yep,
There'll still be a trump dummy to deal with a heart return.
yeah. So 10
Feels
tricks.
like a nice result for the north-south pair. And probably we have a frequency chart for the previous board.
Yeah, I have not been looking at any of that stuff, so if there's anything worth telling, you can let me know.
Yeah, so uh, it's board 49, and plus 100 north-south was actually quite a good result.
For north south?
Yeah, I mean, there's only uh, I don't think there's a complete set of comparisons in, but at the moment it's about two-thirds, 110, so somewhere around two-thirds of the match points.
Wow.
But I think it's probably a little tough for North South to get more than 90 in no trump, although not that many pairs were even allowed to declare it. There were three 120s and half a dozen 90s.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense in retrospect on the 17. But on to board 19. So West opens a spade. I mean, I think a lot of people would open that a no trump if, regardless of your no trump range. East bids two hearts. Probably not too happy about that bid. South
Yeah,
doubles.
if you're playing a semi-forcing no trump, you really have to open that at 15 to 17 because you can't bid a spade and no trump two diamonds. It's just it's just ridiculous.
Speaking of ridiculous, South's double of two hearts.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I don't even understand the bid. I guess it's supposed to be takeout. North got the picture. Four clubs from North. Four hearts by
Well,
East.
North is actually going to double this now, right? His partner made a two-level takeout double.
Maybe. I mean, South's a past. Like, North has to know that something fishy is happening.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, as it is, wow, he does pass. Let's see, so they can get they'll leave the Queen of Diamonds, and they can get what, two trumps and a club, maybe. But I guess with the spade setting up, well, I mean, West is a little entry short at this point. They might actually be able to beat this.
Hmm.
Like they can set up the spades with a suit 3-3, but with the trump splitting badly, how are you going to then cash them?
I mean, like, Declare might make this double dummy, but I don't. It's not as if like Declare is 100% double dummy, but Declare probably knows about the bad heart split.
I think between South's takeout double and North's thought before passing it out, he's got a pretty good idea the hearts are not splitting.
So, can we take a line of
I mean,
play that's like Ace King of Spades, Spade Rough, Heart to the Ace, Spade? Okay, apparently we can't take that line of play anymore. But if we could have taken that line of play, then we could have the King of Hearts as an extra entry to West's
well, I
hand.
think he probably very reasonably thinks that South is 2-1-5-5 for this bidding.
Yeah. Um, but
So,
I don't think we can do
which
anything
means he
about
has to
that.
catch one heart before playing spades because South might be able to overruff the third spade.
Yeah, but like I don't think we can do anything in that case, right? Because the 4-1 heart split means we need the Ace King of Hearts as two entries to West's hand once the spades are already
Right.
set up. We need the Ace of
And the
Hearts.
layout spades are 4-2, not 3-3.
Right, but like I don't think we can do anything when spades are 4-2, is my point. I think we're just
Yeah, no,
down.
no, no. I'm agreeing with you. Yeah.
Yeah. So wait a second. Are we still good here?
I mean, no, because now when he, play King of Diamonds, but now North can just rough this and play a club.
Well, okay, but that's only three tricks, right?
Oh, wait a second here.
um,
So how about North pitches on this and now goes Diamond, Diamond, North over roughs? Is that, yeah? One, two, three. Yeah, I think Declare is making this. All right, well done, sir.
that's true. Maybe this is a good point. I hadn't thought about this plan. Maybe East came to this realization faster than I did. Um, that South like effectively gets end played.
Right. Yeah, I think this pause is Declare explaining his claim.
Yeah. Well, 10 tricks. I mean, four hearts been made. That has to be a pretty strong result for East West. I'm sure
I
that
would
some
agree.
pairs will go down in that. I don't think I was taking 11 tricks, was I? Maybe I was actually taking 11 tricks on my line of play. Ace, king of spades,
Uh,
spade, rough, heart to the ace, spade.
there were even a few 650s, but there were quite a few 620s, although
Hmm.
also quite a few pairs minus in four hearts and several, half a dozen pairs got to six hearts.
What? I kind of understand that. Because West has this massive hand when partner makes a two heart, two over one game force. So I kind of get it.
Yeah, right. I mean, I wonder, so it goes one no trump by West at some tables, transfer, two hearts acceptance, three diamonds, and now West is gonna like his hand, right?
Yeah.
Like, let's say three diamonds, three hearts, four clubs, why not? Four spades, or four no trump as a substitution cubit, and you're kind of propelled there.
Yeah. So I don't know what's going on for East West here, like at all.
Uh, so since it's an ice five major, I think it's probably natural and not.
Yeah, but East should be bidding two hearts, right? Over one heart.
Uh, maybe one heart is severely limited.
Still, like, you can't just let the opponents back into the auction here. Okay, I think North has done well to pass out two hearts
Yeah.
because they do
Well,
only
he
have
knows.
seven spades.
Right. Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, maybe he might. I guess he did well to not play aside for an eight card spade fit. I think he definitely knows that South has something weird about his hand to take the sequence.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like two spades might have been okay. The trump split. And so maybe all the defense could muster would be three spade tricks and two club tricks. Um, but
They might be able to get a heart if they start hearts, right? Because they play a heart, you play a trump, they play another heart, you play another trump, and now they can draw trumps. And I guess you can play to rough a heart, but then you might get tapped out, and now it's going to be hard to set up the clubs. And maybe not, because that would be the fourth heart, and at that point it doesn't matter
yeah,
since they're 4-4.
it's.
Yeah, I think you're probably right then.
I mean, two spades probably did make, but it's not the prettiest contract. And of course, if spades happen to be 4-2, then it's going to be a nightmare to play.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. And I'm looking several pairs that played two spades made it, including two that made 140, and a couple went down in two spades. But most tables in two spades made it.
Yeah. Yeah, with the 3-3 trumps, I think there's not much the defense can do. But feels like North South are happier at this point in the auction. So,
Yeah. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so they just have an easy plus score.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, three diamonds, the ace of clubs, and two hearts is plus 100. Obviously, with all things considered, if they knew two spades was making or possibly being bid at other tables, they really wanted to double this and score 200. The infamous match point plus 200 position.
Yeah, although it's hard for either North or South to double. And obviously very lucky that the diamonds are splitting in a way that makes this beatable.
Yeah, now, I mean, going back to the whole it's hard for North or South to double, does that mean we think South should be bidding a no trump over a diamond earlier? Or is that too much?
Well, good point. Yeah. I mean, it's a little light, but yeah, it's true. That would have been one solution to this problem.
I
Of
don't.
course, with that, it would probably extend the auction.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how light it is. He has a 15 count and a good 5 card suit. It's true his 5 card suit is West's one club bid, but um,
Right, I think that's what makes it a little light. That your good 5 card suit is kind of known not to be that useful as a trick source.
yeah,
Like I think if you switch the clubs and diamonds, I like 1-0 Trump a lot.
sure, yeah, makes sense totally. Well, Declare really just has no way to park any of these extra losers, even though the defense has not been interested in cashing out. Um,
Yeah, I think the defense also probably knows that it's fine just to sit back and wait.
yeah,
Like that diamond to the 10 tells North quite a bit about this deal.
yep. Yeah, so North has decided to cash the King of Diamonds now, and
So now this tells him that the third diamond is cashing.
yep. All right, so 100 points, and that'll be the end of the first round of play. But we have what? We're playing 32 boards. This is
Yeah,
so
apparently.
backwards. Why would we have two sets that are broken into a 20 board set and a 32 board set? How does that ever make sense?
So we do have a break of the tie at the top. The North-South pair here are now in uncontested first place by about 2/3 of a board. And Sabina and Roy have pulled up to third place. We may see them.
Yeah, that's true. They've
They,
been doing
if
really
we do, I
well.
guess it'll be a couple of rounds from now, but
I mean,
always
they've
fun.
been moving on up the scoreboard steadily for quite some time, in fact. Um, so that would be a nice pair to watch. I think a lot of their stuff is fairly natural. Their system, which is nice.
I mean, I think their system basically is like look to see if 3-0 Trump is a possible spot and then play 3-0 Trump.
That's regardless of what your look has established. Yeah, that's that is what people say
Hey.
about them.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes them very hard to play against because you really can't construct possible hands for them with any degree of confidence.
Yeah. Well, it would be nice to see them play up against this north-south pair because both of them seem pretty eager to play in no Trump on every board. So we'll see.
Yeah, and I
who
remember
wins.
many years ago, probably this was like circa 2006 or 7 through about 2009, Roy hired Chris Wankin as his regular partner back when Roy was making a ton of Wall Street money and sponsoring his teams instead of being one of the pros. And Chris was like, yeah, like, he just operates on every board, but he's really good at them. Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun. Chris and I were roommates for part of that period, and Roy, at the time, had one of the world's biggest wine collections, so we paid Chris partly in wines. It was great. We drank so well.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. I know you used to do some wine appraisals for him or wine inventory stuff.
Yeah, I mean, so I still do that for private clients as well as, of course, for my regular day job. But yeah, when Roy and Crystal, his ex-wife, got divorced, one of the big marital assets was the wine collection. So they hired me to help sell it to split the estate.
Hmm.
It was huge at the time. It's been surpassed, but at the time, it was the biggest collection that had ever been sold in one go.
Wow.
Not by volume, but by dollar figures. I think there was another guy I knew who had about 100,000 or about 200,000 bottles. I think Roy had like a mere 100 or 150.
Jeez.
But yeah, he since then there was I think he was a Hong Kong collector, somewhere in Asia, sold $25 million seller a year or two ago. Roy's was about 15.
Hmm.
Yeah, Roy, he did rebuild his collection, but just sort of like enough for personal use, at the time when he was buying that kind of volume. Part of it was when the dollar was more valuable than the euro, like a lot more valuable. I think there was a period where a euro was only worth like 80 cents or so.
That was
So the
a
exchange rate was
long
so
time
favorable.
ago.
Right, but it was like circa 2002, 2003, which was the peak of his money making on Wall Street.
Hmm.
So he took advantage of that just to buy everything he possibly could. And then he bought another pretty hefty chunk of his collection during the 0809 financial crisis, when again, like things were cheap because a lot of producers and distributors were just sitting on stocks of wine they couldn't sell because everyone's broke. So he would just go to them and be like, do you have any wine from the last couple of vintages? Like, yeah, how much do you want? He's like, I'll take it all. There was a very funny story where he owned a restaurant in New York, and one of the sommeliers for the restaurant was traveling in Austria some summer. So he goes to a wine shop, and the guy has this amazing collection of Austrian wine. Um, but weirdly, German and Austrian wine are very hard to sell in Germany and Austria. Like, no, like they all have this inferiority complex. So the guy was like, "Oh, like wow." So the sommelier was like, "Wow, your selection is amazing. Like, I can't believe you have all these wines. In the U.S., this would be, stripped bare by people who are enthusiastic for these." And the guy's like, "Yeah, I can't sell them here. I would just love to be able to get rid of my entire stock and retire." So the guy was like, "Let me go make a phone call." Calls Roy. Roy's like, "Okay, buy it all." So the guy retired.
That's funny. Um,
All right, so we have a new pairing, Malinowski and DeBotton, who we saw yesterday, coming in with North-South staying the same. I'd imagine as long as North-South have the lead, they're going to be stationary.
Probably, yeah.
It's kind of a rigid approach to this view graph of Swiss pairings. Like, I'd love to see like the third place pair, fourth place pair. It doesn't have to be the actual top pair at every given moment.
We have seen, well, yeah, because there's this little bit of delay. If they do drop out, then like several rounds down the road, we won't see them.
Right.
So
Right.
we have seen a couple of
But
matchups between like second versus fourth or something.
right, but nonetheless, like, you don't have to just rigidly schedule the absolute top pair to be on view graph, even with a delay. Like, it's okay if they go on view graph and someone else from the top 10 comes in.
It's true. It's true. But I think, maybe for spectators, they figure that it's best to watch the pair that's in first. I don't know. I mean, I found this to be a much more pleasant viewing experience than just watching the same table over and over again, like the same pair and then
Yeah.
other people coming in, because there has been a little bit of
I suspect that it's actually not the viewing experience. I think it's just much easier for the organizers to have, like, okay, top pair is always on view graph with whoever they play against. It's just one less thing for them to have to think about.
yeah.
Yeah, so a nice, so I guess yesterday Malinowski was definitely west. I guess they switched it up for this session. Um, Pretty strong performance by them, I think. I think they're still some, actually maybe not. Yeah, they're in sixth place. I was gonna say I thought I saw them here at the top. Um, that may be the highest sponsored pair at the moment.
Yeah, they're actually in fifth if you refresh.
Oh, I didn't refresh.
So they are currently back by about a board and a half from this pair that they're playing against, which means, I mean, as is always the case when you're sitting in these Swiss formats, like every round actually matters for your standing, because if you have a really strong result against this pair, then you can move way up, you can leapfrog them in the standings. Whereas, like in a normal match point field, if you have a very strong round, but you're playing against a pretty weak opponent, then the leaders might also have a strong round playing against another weak opponent. And so your round effectively gets nullified.
Yeah, and that also is just one of the reasons why events like the Platinum or the World Open pairs are kind of considered in a different class for other pair games because you're guaranteed to play every other pair. Like, there's still going to be some luck involved of what hands come up against any given pair. But, like, when you have these big fields, you could go even a multi day event without ever playing one of the leaders.
Yeah, yeah. All right, boards are in. So North gets first bite at this one. I don't think they're going to open this 10 count and first seed unfavorable, so East will have an opportunity to preempt some number of diamonds. I think 3 diamonds might be the chosen bid, but I mean, personally, I would consider even 4 to be somewhat reasonable.
Yeah, and I wouldn't open four just because I'm gonna feel sick if it should have gone 3 diamonds past through no trump, but four I think is like appropriate on values.
Yeah,
I just don't like it as a practical choice.
yeah. So 3 diamonds by East, pass, and that probably takes it. Diamonds do split. We should see the Jack of Spades lead. So
Yeah.
I guess this is down 1.
And it
Wait.
natural to go.
Sorry. This is just making, right? Because Declare is going to lose 2. Hold on. This is a little more complicated than I was originally giving it credit for.
So I think a natural line of play is to go up with the ace, play 3 rounds of hearts, pitching a spade and 2 clubs, and play a club toward the king.
Yeah. That's going to be the
And
plan.
so now can you I think now you can beat it because South will be able to North can play the fourth part and you can untangle the king and jack of diamonds.
Yeah. That's what I think could happen. And I don't think there's any way Declare can like prevent this plan, either from a single
No, and
or a
I
double
think it's
dummy
sort of I think
perspective.
it's kind of automatic. You just have to make sure that they do cash that second club.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, can declare suppose declare duck to that queen of clubs. Would that do it? I guess not,
No.
because now we can just go hard and
Wait a second. You might be onto something. I was thinking North could return a spade, but hold
I
on.
think I think I think South had to catch the Jack of Clubs there. I mean, it certainly would make it easier. Well, this isn't gonna help declare. So let's say you play a heart and well, the 7 of hearts, not the 10, is bizarre.
It's probably oh my god. Was
I
it
think I
really
think
the
declare
7 of
just made.
hearts?
I think declare just made this contract.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. I have just lost all faith in these players for some of these
This
plays.
is very strange. Yeah, yeah. Both North and South had a pretty what feels like a fairly easy chance to do something other than what they actually did.
Yeah, but I think you're right. I mean, I'm not certain it's realistic for Declare to duck the Queen of Clubs when it pops up, but you're probably fairly confident the club ace is offside at that point, but you really would need to envision why
100%.
you're ducking the Queen of Clubs. And it's really not obvious to me.
All right. Well done by East showing why they're climbing the ladder here.
Yes.
And I do wonder if this is still okay for North South, just not going for a number as some pairs might.
You think North South would ever go for a number? I think East West might go for a number at some tables.
Yeah, I guess North doesn't really have a bid when three diamonds comes around.
Like, you could try 3 no as north, but do you really want to?
Well, I mean, if you try three hearts, you're going to regret it.
Yeah, that would not have been on my radar. Like, as a past hand, you can definitely bid 3 no as north. I don't think you should, but it's your best chance, I suppose. All right, 110. It's a fascinating hand. I mean, from like a double dummy perspective, from a single dummy perspective, I think it's too hard to get that one right. Although, that's starting to make me think that maybe Declare shouldn't lead a club to the king and should instead ruff a spade and go ace of diamonds diamond. You know, whatever. We're on to the next hand. I'm over it. So 2 passes, West opens a diamond in the 3rd seat, East bids a heart. We'll probably see a pass by West here. Nope.
Wow.
We are.
Well, I think if West were playing with an expert, we would see a pass.
Yeah.
I think we've seen that this West does a lot of things kind of structured around the fact that his partner's sponsoring him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think honestly to the point where, I get it, and obviously the goal is to win, and if you think the best way to win is to mastermind every hand, you do it, but like to the point where some of his actions are kind of insulting, even in context.
I think that's how it always works, though. If you're being sponsored and you do something that's like anti-percentage just because you think it'll get a better result. Well, they do land in 2
There's
hearts.
a difference between doing it like kind of, sometimes and doing it like egregiously on every hand, and this West is kind of more in the egregiously on every hand camp.
Hey, at least he's consistent.
Yeah.
So partner knows what to expect.
One note. And one no Trump to me is just, like that's not a bid even playing, because like whatever, you're playing with a ranked beginner, yeah, maybe, but like this sponsor's not a beginner, it's just, someone weaker than you are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, they did get to their more or less normal spot here, so can't argue with success, I guess.
I wonder if there was any chance that passing a heart might have actually netted them like a huge plus position. Because I could see North balancing, and North-South are in a lot of trouble.
North would probably double that, right? With 4-4 in the unbid suits and a 10 count. And knowing the opponents had probably landed on their feet. South will bid a no Trump. That seems okay. Maybe it's not okay. Wait a second. I guess it's pretty bad, huh? They've got... I don't think 1-no is horrible.
Well, East and West have landed in 2 hearts. I mean, it's true, like, once West has passed 1 heart, now East knows they have an 8-card heart fit. So it's a lot more tempting for East to just bid 2 hearts over wherever the opponents end up.
And I think harder for East to double that. Because, that hand is a 9 count. A partner has, approximately a 10 count. There's no particular reason to believe that 1-no is the wrong spot for North-South.
Right. This is not great defense.
Right. Yeah. Declare's in pretty good shape here. I mean, 1 club rough doesn't really help, right?
No, but I mean, we could have been in another one of those spots from yesterday where, had Declare led the Jack of Spades. The South is in, I mean, maybe not a terrible bind, but...
Right, but, you get by the Jack of Spades, you play the Queen of Spades, pitching that club from dummy, but the defense still gets a club, right?
It's true because South has the 3rd heart, yes. Right. we lead a diamond towards the king. South can win the ace and cash the heart.
Right, cash the heart. Yeah.
But okay, I mean, 140 or 110, nice result for East West.
I think they always had a path to 110, though, right?
Oh yeah.
A spade, a heart, a diamond, and two clubs.
Yep. Yeah, 110 was always in the
Easy.
picture.
Still feels pretty good if you're sitting there as East.
Yep. So, board 23. Couple 110s back to back for East West on these first two hands. Can they manage it again? Does two spades make? Probably not. No, the East West have no values. Okay, good try. Good try.
670. I mean, it does make, but I think it's going to make for North South.
Yes.
Two spades, a heart, three diamonds, and two clubs.
Good point.
That's
Good
eight
point.
tricks. Two spades is gold.
Well, I wonder where North South are gonna get because, I mean, six clubs is a pretty good contract.
Uh, yeah, I mean, I think you don't mind missing it, right? You need, um, like, you sort of have three problems outside. Well, I guess two, because you can pitch a diamond on the ace of spades. Yeah,
Yeah.
so and you need one of the clubs or heart finesses, and then you probably need a good enough break in hearts to set up the suit.
Yeah, like
Right.
4-2 hearts or better. But it's
Well, actually, maybe not, because if the heart finesse works, you can just play two clubs, not worry about the queen coming in, and then plan to ruff a diamond and a spade in the south hand.
yeah.
So maybe you just need the heart finesse.
Yeah, or clubs coming home or, a variety of other good things happening. Yeah, I
Or
mean,
club going home. Yes, actually, six clubs does feel pretty good.
yeah. We'll see if they can get there. I mean, as I've mentioned before, this is one of these pairs that I think really likes to just jam no trump in certain auctions. And how does 6 no do?
Dude.
They have 12 tricks if they take the diamond
Well,
finesse. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, you sort of fall into it, right? Like, you take the heart finesse, it loses, you cash hearts to see if something good happens there, you cash clubs and find they break, and then need an extra trick. And, once the squeeze doesn't come in, you kind of have to play the diamond finesse.
Yep. Yeah, so I mean, we might see North South get to 6 no trump and just fall back on another 1440. Wait, this. Oh my god, this. Hold on. Well, we don't have the records anymore, but this was the. There was only one 6 no trump earlier, and Declare had 13 top tricks and then took a practice finesse and it was offside and ended up with 12. I think that was this North South.
Oh.
They ended up at, they must have been the only 1440 on the hand. Like, I'm sure that there were like 1390s. I'm sure there were 2140s on the hand, and I'm sure there were a ton of 1470s, but they ended up 1440.
Right. See if I can find the board here. Let's see. Is it a hand where? No, I think we saw this yesterday with the ace queen 10-7 the diamonds.
No. It's stiff queen of diamonds, opposite ace king jack fourth. It would have been board like 33 to 37 or somewhere in that range. I'm not certain.
Yeah, looking via. I can't find it.
All right. So North-South have gotten up to 6 clubs so far. Auction's not over. But they did find their club fit. I mean, obviously, South is pretty excited with 3 aces, having heard partner make a natural 2/1 in clubs.
Yeah, I do wonder what was going on with 2 clubs and 2 diamonds, like why South didn't show club support one way or another. Like, maybe you can't splinter if North could only have 2 clubs, but 2 diamonds and then 3 clubs still looks a little weird to me.
I mean, it's possible 2 diamonds was alerted and not.
And just missed by the operator.
Yeah. That's pretty common in general.
Yeah. Agreed. Yeah, I would like to know the context of North's decision to this point. Like if he thinks that it's only a 5-3 club fit, then I think 6-0 is really attractive.
I mean, I think the context of North's decision is that North has just bid no Trump all day, and so he's not going to stop now. There it
Yeah,
is.
that's good point.
This is so 6-0, definitely a much worse contract than six clubs. Without the ability to rough the heart suit good, you lose
Right.
a little bit of equity in the spot, but obviously you're playing for all the match points here.
You're playing for him, and you're going to get him.
Yeah. Well,
I think this is going to be very close to a top for North South if he goes plus.
yes, if he goes plus, let's be careful because I think this is the same pair. Let me look up that board while we're in the interim. I think it's like somewhere around board 33 or so.
Yeah, when you find it, let me know. Yeah, I mean they only have 30 highs, so bidding and making 6-0 Trump would be pretty big. But man, South is now wondering if he has seven clubs, which he does not. So he's
Yeah. Board
really giving some
35.
thought to turning it. He just turned his top into a bottom.
Oh my god, he bid seven clubs? Why? It's board 35, by the way,
Thanks.
was the one from earlier.
And I wonder if he thinks that North Sequence was somehow inviting this kind of action, or if he's just taking a flyer. But oof.
You know what? There are so many more six no Trump equals than I had imagined on that board. Oh my god. Okay. I feel really bad for bringing it up now. Oh, jeez. Yikes.
Well, you also, I mean, so it's very close, right? Because if the clubs don't split and the heart is on side, you do have 13 tricks that way.
Well, you need like the nine of
I
hearts.
agree, like the club is better. The club is better, but it's very close.
Well, but you also need the nine of hearts to fall. It's not like it's just a small percentage better.
Oh,
And importantly, if East is or your right hand opponent is the one with the long clubs, you can still take the heart hook safely later. So,
Right.
yeah.
Oh, right, because then he can't cast the club when the finesse loses. That's true.
Yeah. So, anyway, yeah. I mean, I think I did bring that up at the time that it's possible someone might like try the heart hook instead of playing on clubs, but at this table they cashed a high club. An opponent dumped the queen from Queen Doubleton, and then they crossed to dummy and took the heart finesse. That was the line of play.
Well, that's insane.
Yeah.
So he could literally count 13.
He had 13 cashers and then took a heart finesse.
I mean, that's like we've all had that kind of blind spot where something unexpected happens, we forget to recount our tricks, but that's a weird one.
Mm-hmm. Whew.
All right, well, this is going to be, I think, fairly quick, right? I think I'll just play two clubs and a heart finesse and seven no Trump. Wow.
Yeah. North, correct. I mean, again, North has been bidding no Trump all day, so
And yeah.
I think I like this line
As
of
you're
play.
saying,
Okay, he pitches a heart, which I'm not sure I like, but I think I would take a club hook now if I was North.
trying to get back to even against the Bears going down at 6-0.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
This I really like this line of. I mean, it's
I like
going
this
to
play
look
too,
ridiculous, but he gets the same zero that he would have otherwise. So this is
Right, but he gave himself a chance to get like a third of the match points. I agree with you. I like this play.
yeah. It's a really nice play, and minus 600 doesn't look like a great result on the scorecard, but at least like North was thinking after he gets to a bad contract.
Yeah. Yeah, that way if West had queen third of clubs, all the other pairs would be down 1 and 6 no trump by taking the heart finesse that way. So gives them a chance to tie those pairs.
Yeah, six no trump or six clubs. Both of those contracts would
Oh
have the
right, yeah,
same
which is close.
losers. So, yeah.
Yep.
Board 24, last board of the round. So, I mean, I think East West have done quite well on this round. We are gonna have new leaders.
We actually don't unless there's a delay.
Ah, well, spoilers. I have not refreshed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there is a little bit of shuffling among the top pairs, but this north-south remains in first.
Yikes.
7 no down 6. That.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot. I missed the spades were set up. Okay, down 2 next hand.
No. As Schiff points out, it's just a normal no trump result. East West. That no trump was the contract, and East West scored 600. That's pretty normal.
Right.
So North opens a diamond. South has a bit of a decision to make. I mean, do you bid a no trump?
I don't know. 3 clubs. Invitational seems pretty reasonable. Like, if partner could bid 3 no trump, great, and if he can't, 3 clubs is probably as good as 1 no trump would have been.
Maybe North South are playing like some sort of 2 clubs not game forcing, as it seems here. So, similar auction. Yep. And that's exactly what it was. So they do get out in 3 clubs.
Yeah, certainly on this kind of hand, I think you'd rather be in 3 clubs than 1 no trump. And maybe not. Defense can take 3 hearts and. Yeah. I guess.
I mean, it depends on whether or not you get one of those aces knocked out early, right?
Well, I think you. Well, let's see. So West might lead the 10 of spade. Well, I guess the Jack of Hearts is probably a little more attractive. If West leads a spade, Declare is just going to kill it, right? You run it to the queen, King of Diamonds holding.
Spade to the ace, diamond,
probably
diamond.
spade to the ace. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, obviously diamonds would be the best contract to end up in North South.
9 tricks in. Yeah. Ooh, well, that's not a great start for the defense.
Really? Isn't this good? Otherwise, Declare would have gotten 2 pitches.
Yeah, but couldn't you just hop up and cash hearts and now shift to the Jack of Spades?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. But then Declare would be able to pitch 2 spades.
Yeah. All right, Ace of Clubs, a low club. Nice technique by Declare here to pick off the King 10 doubleton. So Declare will lose 2 hearts and will lose 2 spades from here, unless the defense has some sort of catastrophic error.
Yeah, so I guess even if East plays a low spade instead of the Jack when West puts in the 10, Declare can try ducking it, but West has that 4th heart.
Yeah. But just Queen of Clubs club should be enough,
Yeah,
I think. That 10 of spades pitch is scary. Okay.
I think
Now
West must think he wants a spade because he doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah. Now I'm totally with you that West is just like really clienting overboard because that 10 of spades could like blow a trick.
Yeah, I mean, I think though West maybe he thinks that East would never duck the Ace of Diamonds there. So if he thinks Declare has the Ace of Diamonds, he wants to make sure the partner puts a spade on the table.
Yeah, I mean, also...
I'm going to mute you for just 1 second because I'm getting a phone call.
Sure. I mean, also, I think, West was terrified that partner had ducked from Ace doubleton of diamonds, and so really wanted to make sure partner knocked out the Ace of spades entry to the long diamonds, but Plus 100 east-west. I mean, again, feels like a pretty nice result for them. Craig has mentioned that... No, we do have completely new leaders. So I don't... There is still one board to play, but the leader is at this table. It is now Deboten and Malinowski, who are just a couple of match points ahead of the opponents that they just played against, Nas and Sorval. But I mean, obviously they had an amazing set this round. So that means currently the leader is at 58% and change. We do have some more movement, though, from some of the pairs that were just behind. So the Indian pair that we saw earlier, Ankelsaria and Majumder, are sitting in third. They're about a third of a board back, maybe a little bit less. Auken and Welland are sitting in fourth. They're also pretty close. And then in fifth place, about half a board behind first, is Zach Grossack and Ewan McNay. Certainly some other pairs in striking distance. The leaders from yesterday, Olgerson and Johansson, are in sixth. They're about half a board behind as well. The Norwegians, Turje and Kari Bogo, are also among the top 20 pairs. But they're currently sitting about 2.5 boards back. I forget what we decided a top was, 150 or so. So they're 2 boards back. But a lot of boards still to play. We have finished, 2 rounds so far out of the 8 rounds that are going to be played this afternoon. Still morning for me, but afternoon for the players. And I will mention, let me try and figure out. Oh no, where's the website? All right, Reykjavik Bridge Festival. I know that there's a prize pool for this, so I kind of wanted to bring that up. Yeah, here we go. Oh, please. I have so many windows open. This is the difficulty of being a streamer. All right, here we go. So top 10, there are payouts. And I think I looked this up earlier. That 230,000 Icelandic krona is about $1,500 US. So not an enormous prize for first place, but I mean, it's still a decent amount for 3 sessions of bridge. And then, of course, the teams also have some prizes over the weekend. Ooh, and based on the nameplates, we do have a different pair coming in. Who are these people? There's no way I can pronounce these names, but one of them has like the same first and last name. There's Kristen Christensen, and then there's Christiane. Some letter I can't pronounce, and then like Torstensen, maybe? We're gonna go with that. But for a while, we are going to have, I think, the same north-south pair that we've seen for most of the day. sitting here because up until this last round, they were still in first. And in fact, they've actually dropped all the way down to fifth, but still a large cluster of pairs sitting close to that like 57, 58% mark in the standings. Thortenson, the most correct pronounced so far today. Have you been keeping track and grading me on like a scale from like 1 to 10 with all my name pronunciations? It's gonna be a disaster when I actually come to Europe. I mean, I'm way ahead of myself. I still have a lot of interviews to pass, but if I do make it to Amsterdam for my job, it's gonna be a nightmare. Like meeting new people and trying to figure out what's happening. I'm just gonna try and give people nicknames. Like if someone's wearing a blue shirt, I'm just gonna ask if I can call them Bluey. I think that'll be fine. That'll go over great, right? I won't need to actually learn anyone's name or how to say any Dutch words. What is this hand? Okay, so first hand of this round, South picks up a 9-card heart suit. Passed by North. Not tempted by a 3-club opener in first seat. I mean, do we just open 4 hearts? That seems like a practical choice. We could open 1 heart if we think that there's some chance we, I don't know, have a slam or like might want to defend it. So I think we just open 4 hearts. Easy gambling 3 now. That is a good question. Feels too strong for 4 hearts, but I mean, partner's a passed hand, right? Like, how are we making 6 hearts? What is partner's hand where we make 6 hearts? I mean, partner could have a singleton club, I guess, right? Like ace of spades, ace of diamonds, singleton club, and we make 6 hearts. But partner would also need a trump. Well, anyway, 4 heart opening was chosen. I think I agree. I'm a little surprised West didn't act. It is, of course, very scary with only 3 spades, but I think I would probably double 4 hearts. We have a singleton. I don't know. All right, trump lead does not help declare in any way, although the trump lead is going to make things a little bit complicated for the defense, because this is going to allow declare to start running all of their trumps before the defense has any chance to convey any information. So East-West are going to have to be on the ball about giving good attitude and count signals to their partner in these scenarios. And I do not have East-West card, unfortunately, but we can try and take a look at what it looks like the signals being given are. So West appears to have given some attitude and count signals in diamonds. They pitched a couple diamonds. And West 6 of clubs discard, I don't really know what that was about. Oh, well, I think declare has missed an opportunity. I mean, maybe there was no realistic hope, but exiting that club made West's life a lot easier before running all of the trumps, or almost all of the trumps. I would say normally you'll see high-level players in these scenarios when they're short one trick just run all but one of their trumps, or maybe even all of their trumps, and do it fairly quickly. So I would not be surprised if four hearts makes at some tables, because West comes down to a singleton ace of clubs, for example. But I am a little bit surprised that East-West didn't end up in four spades, doubled or not. Because that seems like a much better final contract for their side. Looks like it would make, I mean, probably 11 tricks, but maybe only 10, depending on how the play goes. Anyway, so Noss and Sorval seem to have gotten away with one there. Maybe not an absolute top. 420 would have been obviously quite nice, but minus 50 still feels pretty good when East-West have a game available their direction. Okay, board 26. So East has a 17 count, a very good 17. 5-card suit. I mean, King, Queen, Doubleton of Hearts is not the best value, but there are a lot of players who would open, or who would upgrade basically any 17 with a 5-card suit to one of a minor, 2 no trump. Which I think means we might see some 3-no contracts from East-West at other tables, because West would of course accept a jump to no trump auction with an ace-king third on the side. Kind of looks like 3-no is not going to come home. The king of spades being offside is a big issue for declare. Well, North going to think for a minute about whether to win the club ace, and if so, what to continue. It seems pretty reasonable to me to duck this trick. We know declare is going to continue a club, and then our partner can give us a signal. Like, if our partner really didn't want us to play back diamonds, our partner could then pitch a discouraging diamond on the third club, and then we could switch to hearts, for example, or spades. But here, the spade switch, like, this will allow declarer to make 9 tricks if they guess the spade position. Wait, is this true? Hold on. I hope I didn't speak too soon. I guess we're about to find out, because declare hops up with the spade ace and has now set up a heart trick. Now another diamond comes through, declare wins. But I guess this is going to be the end of declarer's hopes. Yeah, didn't even try to take a spade finesse. That's a little strange to me. I mean, this whole line of play where North switched to the jack of spades, like, of course North could have the king jack 10, right? There's no reason to believe that North might not have king jack 10 of spades. So not taking the spade finesse seems a little bit suspect unless you had a different plan to deal with trying to score an extra trick in the spade suit. Looks like 8 tricks, though, for Declare, and 120 should score okay. Kind of as forementioned, North-South can defeat 3 no-trump if they defend carefully. And I do expect a lot of tables to be in 3-no on this one. Maybe not a lot of tables, but a decent amount of the field. I am not sure what South is thinking about. Why are we pitching diamond winners? Why would we ever pitch diamond winners here? I mean, if South throws another diamond, Declare could technically make 3-no, or make an extra trick. But why are we pitching diamond winners? Oh my. I don't think Declare is going to exit a low spade. That just seems a little bit much. I think it's much more likely Declare will cash the king of hearts and exit a diamond, hoping South's down to king doubleton of spades in the end position. Which seems reasonable, but I mean, just what is South doing? All of your diamonds are good. And you have the king of spades as an entry. Just pitch your hearts. Whew. Okay. 120. There are a lot of minus scores in the east-west column. Or a lot of plus scores in the east-west column on the scorecard, I'm just noticing. On to board 27. We'll see if South opens a no-trump with this shape. I think some of it's based on personal preference. But I prefer opening a no-trump with these types of hands because otherwise it's really hard to show this high card count. Or basically show the fact that we have extra values, right? Like the auction, a spade, a no-trump, 2 clubs, 2 spades. We don't know if we're supposed to pass or if we're supposed to bid game at that point. Whereas if we open a no-trump, at least partner will know our combined values and know whether or not we should be in game. Do the rules change on how illegal it is to open 1 no-trump with a singleton at international level? You can do whatever you want at the international level. There's effectively no restrictions. I mean, there's certainly some, like, I believe no-trump is required to show some sort of like pseudo-balanced hand, or else it's like maybe brown sticker convention. I don't know if any of these words mean anything, but it's not like the ACBL where if this king of diamonds was the singleton jack and we were still within our high card count range, you would not be allowed to open a no-trump, otherwise it would be considered a psych. Here, 1 no opening as South is completely normal and justified. No one would care. But South opens a spade, kind of gets a little bit fortunate. His partner has bid 2 diamonds, game force. So now South doesn't need to worry about these bad case scenarios. Elects to bid 2 no-trump, which I think is a little bit weird because, I mean, South is unbalanced and normally you want to bid no-trump with balanced hands. But North's jump to 4 spades ends the auction. I guess that's a little bit of like a fast arrival type scenario. And South was happy to pass it out with no fit for partner's diamond suit. Heart opening lead. So the heart goes around to the queen. This is a pretty nice play, I think, by Declare, because now Declare does have the opportunity to pull trumps. then unblock the Diamond King, and then try and cross in hearts to pitch some club losers on the Ace Queen of Diamonds. I guess Declare might need to think for a minute. Because Ace King 10 9 5th opposite Queen 3rd, we would prefer to, you know, I mean, I guess in an ideal world, start with a low spade to the queen on the first round, just in case spades were 5-0. But realistically, go ace of spades, spade to the queen, and pick up jack 4th with East. But the problem is, what if the jack 3rd of diamonds falls and spades are 3-2? Then we could go ace king of spades, unblock the Diamond King, and then cross to the spade queen, and then run 3 rounds of diamonds, pitching 3 club losers. And now we wouldn't even need to guess the club suit. Okay, king of diamonds, sure. Weird, but sure. Ace of spades. We've done this in the wrong order. I think there's almost no scenario where it would be correct to play the king of diamonds before the ace of spades here. All right, Declare does play a spade to the queen. Now plays the ace of diamonds. I think Declare is going to try the queen of diamonds now, which is the big no-no. I actually don't understand this plan. Because, like, if the jack 3rd of diamonds falls, we can't just cash the 10. Yikes. Wow, West just cashes the club ace. I don't like that either. You know partner has the heart ace. Right? Because Declare could have pulled the last... If Declare had the ace of hearts, Declare could have pulled the last trump and then used hearts to get over to dummy to cash diamonds. So I think a little bit of a miss by West as well, but obviously that's going to be an excellent result for them. The defense was only really entitled to 2 aces from the start of play, and they got the extra trump trick. Big mistake by Declare there. Which I will say is fortunate for us as spectators, since I kind of wanted to see different players, and this North-South have been here for a while. Schiff says, I wish East played the spade 8 on the first round, but it didn't matter. You just think the 8 of spades might look like a singleton? Yeah. Or maybe it's like suit preference for hearts. I mean, I think Declare or West should be able to work out the heart situation, because otherwise Declare's line of play is completely illogical. I mean, no matter how illogical it might have looked anyway, but yeah. All right, last board of the round. North-South finally on the scorecard here with a plus score, although it's not going to be a great match point result. West opens 1 club. Looks like the alert is probably like it could be short. Oh, exciting. 1 club and 9 or more high card points. Now, we need East-West to be back here. I want to see more of them. This is fun. As long as it turns out not to be like a variant of the Dink and Diamond, because that system is awful. But just light opening bids, I think, are like fun and exciting to watch. So a club by West, a diamond by East. This, so it gets alerted. Yeah, I was going to say systemically, this is probably some sort of limited hand. Very important to make sure that when you have a light opening bid, that you have some sort of easy way to determine whether or not it's your hand or your side's hand, or if it's the opponent's hand. So one diamond by East kind of carries that role a little bit. They did play the 2 lowest outstanding spade spots, but I think it kind of works both ways. So you say that when the opponents play the 2 smallest spots, it's more likely to split 3-2. I think relinquishing the very smallest outstanding spot in a suit is something that experts are sometimes reluctant to do. So there's a little bit of restricted choice, which makes it a bit more likely that the 5 of spades is a singleton. Not enough to overrule the math by any stretch, but I would imagine if we saw the 7 and 6 of spades on the first round of the suit, then it's pretty unlikely that either of those is a singleton. Just as an example on that hand. So East-West find their club fit. West opens a club and is able to rebid 2 clubs natural because 1 club, I guess, just systemically can't have a 6-card club suit. They probably play some sort of precision variant. So 2 clubs might be... Actually, I'm not really sure. I would need to know a bit more about the system. But I'm surprised because North-South did find their spade fit. And I think a lot of the time you want to be doubling the opponent's when you've gotten to 2 of a major. This is just a match point thing, right? You get to 2 of a major, you have a decent amount of high cards, the opponents compete over this to 3 of a minor. It's just like a match point situation where you want to be doubling them and trying to at least salvage plus 100, as opposed to just passing and scoring 50 a trick when you were mostly expecting plus 110 your way. And it looks like that's exactly what's about to happen. South has a natural club trick, North has the King of Diamonds coming, and there's no way for Declarer to do anything about this, I don't think. So minus 50 East-West, it's not the greatest of results, but it does seem as if it might have been in place of a potential minus 110 for North-South making 2 spades. I think I'm counting 8 tricks in spades. It looks like 5 trumps, the King of Diamonds, King of Hearts, and a club trick. So yeah. I wonder what the difference in match point result between 50 and 100 would be on this board. I don't know. It might not be so large, especially given that there's no guarantee East-West ever find a club fit on this auction if they're playing more standard methods, because most players would not be allowed to rebid 2 clubs with West's hand. That would just show a 6th club. So maybe the difference between minus 50 and minus 100 would not be so high. But of course, South doesn't really know that during the auction. All South knows is that they've found a spade fit, and South has not only a trump trick in the opponent's suit, but extra high cards, so 2 spades was likely to be making. But that does bring us to the end of the round. And with a couple of boards to play, we do... Wow, this is kind of big yikes for this North-South pair. They've been slipping ever since that previous round that they had, where they ended up, going down 6 and 7 no trump and a couple of other bad boards, and then they just had this pretty poor result against Christensen and Thorstensen. God, it's never gonna get easier, is it? But these are our current standings. We do see Deboten and Malinowski are currently up in first. They have been leading now for a couple of rounds, so we'll probably see them back here shortly. The Indian pair is now situated in second. They're a little bit behind Inkelsaria and Majumder. And then the USA pair, Grossack and McNay, sitting in third place. We do have the leaders from day one making their comeback. Olgerson and Johansson, they're in fourth. And then the pair that we just saw, they've moved up. They're now in fifth. Welland and Aachen sitting in sixth. And we do have a couple of pro sponsor pairs, making their way up the table. Bilda and Rimstedt, the pros, and Schultz and Palma, the sponsors. At least I'm pretty sure. I know Palma is a sponsor, but I don't know who Schultz is. I just assume, since I know Dennis tends to mostly play sponsored gigs. But then the Americans who were high up a few rounds back, Dunitz and Pakai, have dropped all the way down to 13th. They've not had a good day today. We do have Matt Brown and Steve Rain sitting in 16th. They're back by about 2 full boards, a little over 2 full boards, but in striking distance with... How many rounds do we have to play? 4 rounds to play, maybe?
Sounds right.
All right. You are back. Welcome back.
Had a client needing to go over a few things.
Well, you'll be happy to know that Nas and Sorval are on their way out. We won't have to watch this pair anymore.
Yeah, I saw that. Malinowski and Debatten are now leading.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going strong.
We might get to see Zach and Ewan.
I know, they're in second now. I just refreshed.
Barely second, 20 match points.
Yeah. Oh, man. And Bilda has moved up into fifth. Currently. Still a couple of boards to play in the previous round, so I guess we're waiting for those tables to finish, but then we can start the next round.
It's funny. So just looked up Ewan's professional page, and he also went to University of Virginia, but somewhat embarrassingly on the on his university's webpage, he spelled Virginia wrong.
Whoops.
Yeah, it seems like something you don't want in a full-time academic.
Yeah. I mean, when have small details like that mattered in neuroscience? That was a joke.
Yes, feels like another pretty good result for North South here.
Oh yeah.
Is it? They can make 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I guess they might be able to make 2 spades, but certainly not more. And even 2 looks like a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, I mean, I think 2 spades is effectively just going to make. You have 5 trumps and then 1 trick in every other suit. But yeah, I was talking about how I think South should double 3 clubs. In the auction, but really, that is the misspelling. Virginia Street, not Virginia.
Yep.
Is this an American thing? I mean, I grew up in Virginia, so of course I know how to spell my home state, which, I mean, maybe other places don't. All right, was I correct in counting the rounds? So we started at 17 and we're through 20. Oh, we've only played 3 rounds. We have 5 rounds to go today.
Oh. So I was on the phone for half an hour and basically missed nothing. Is that what happened here?
Basically, yes. Yeah, you missed South. Dump a trick on board 27. And then South not double 3 clubs on board 28. And then also South's defense on board 2. Yeah, you should be very happy that you missed this round. I mean, board 25 is the most normal, but South definitely could have run their trump suit and maybe put the opponents under some pressure in discarding, and instead just like conceded down 1. But boards 26, 27, and 28, South was just like hemorrhaging tricks on every board.
That's something we saw earlier, right? Where I don't remember whether it was the same South or a different player, but someone just missed that they could run a bunch of tricks and hope something interesting happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. It was this pair. Yes, Sorval and Nos. But it looks like
it is weird because it seems like something that at this level everyone should know is always worth trying.
I think at whatever level is above this, people understand this concept, but currently where we're at, it feels like we're just missing things left and right here. But if the name plates are right, we do have them out. So Sorval and Nas, you're gone. We now have the leaders, Botan and Malinovsky, sitting north-south, and they're up against the 3rd place pair, let me refresh just to, 3rd place pair.
Yeah, my screen says the Indians are coming in. Are they?
Yeah, they're currently in 3rd. So again, just because the scores are so close among all of the leaders, it is kind of anyone's game. And playing these 4-board rounds, which is just brutal, it's completely different if you're playing like a 2-board round. You go up against the team that is sitting right behind you and you get 2 zeros. You're like, okay, that sucks. We've dropped a little bit, but at least it wasn't it was only 2 boards. But if you go up against the team that's sitting just behind you and you get 3 zeros on a 4-board round, that you're out.
Now, are there what's the deal with playbacks? Is it no playbacks throughout the event? Because the leaderboard hasn't changed a ton.
What do you mean playbacks?
Can you play the same pair more than once in this event?
Oh,
in Swiss teams, you can't. Sometimes at the end, you'll have the first place team will play a team in 7th place because they played everyone else between there.
Yeah, I actually don't know. But all right, we have boards. So East gets to open a heart. South will pass. West will probably game force with 2 clubs.
Yeah, East-West are pretty close to a slam here.
Yeah, they are off 2 key cards, and that will keep them out of it.
Yeah, and kind of funnily, even if South doesn't cash the ace of clubs at trick 1, they still beat the slam because you can, you try to play 3 spades to pitch out losing club, but it doesn't work.
Yeah. Okay, so I heard 2 clubs, 2 diamonds.
Force and then late support, so he's 3 hearts, stronger than 4. He obviously loves his hand at this point, but West really does not have anywhere to go.
Yeah, although, would you still cubid 3 spades as West if you had it available? Probably, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, you don't know that partner has a small singleton club opposite your king, queen, jack, 6th. Partner could have the ace of clubs instead of the ace of diamonds, and now your hand's a lot better. But
Yeah, I do wonder, whether three spades was a spade cubit or, or non-serious with three no as the cubit.
yeah, always a question. Three of a major plus one or three no trump is like a non-serious try. But it looks like we do have this key card
It sort of
option.
doesn't matter. Probably the right bid for West, whichever one it is.
Yeah. Um,
Yeah, but this, now, four clubs cubit, kind of reasonable, but of course now West is going to think too much of his hand. He cubit is king. So they did manage to stop in five hearts, which is good.
yeah, so is there any danger in them not cashing a club? Which I don't think there's any chance they cash a club here. Um, like South probably leads a spade. I don't know. I mean, we're not leading a diamond as South. I think that is out. Partner had multiple chances to double diamonds if they wanted a diamond lead. So that's not happening. Okay,
So
we're asking questions about the auction. Yep. Makes sense for South to do this as she is on lead. Five diamonds, 0 or 3.
so as I thought might be the case, three spades was non-serious, so that gives West much more freedom to cubit, having already limited his hand.
Okay, sorry. I mean, there's no way we're leading a diamond to South, right?
I mean, and by the way, the seven of diamonds instead of the ten is quite a choice.
Yes. Well, all right. This has gone great. Yeah, unfortunately, no entries to make 12 tricks here, no matter what the defense does for the first few tricks. It does look as if
Well, I think
Declare is
he is.
going after this plan of 3 rounds of spades, pitching a club.
I'm actually a little surprised that it wasn't spade, diamond, spade, diamond, spade, or some, or at least try to rough like one diamond first.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, that certainly makes sense to me as well. I think Declare also could have just like taken the heart finesse at trick 2. That wouldn't have been
Yep.
unreasonable. But
Yeah, keeping the spade in reserve to. Although, you're not on this kind of bidding and opening lead. You're not expecting spades to be 6-2.
right. Heart to the queen, yeah.
Think.
Declare spending a long time thinking about this. I I kind of understand Declare's dilemma, which is like, why is South switching to clubs as opposed to just playing a trump back?
Yeah, although again, a sponsor South is often just going to see the club pitch and panic a little bit, even though we can see looking at that dummy, there's nowhere for Declare's other club to go.
Yeah, yeah,
But that's sort of thing you know less experienced players sometimes just they see the pitch and then they panic that the thing is going away, even when it's not possible.
yeah.
Very well. Meanwhile,
Yeah, 650. I mean, probably
yeah.
a nice result for East West. I'm guessing a pretty flat board, but I could definitely imagine scenarios where 680 was scored on this one.
Yeah, or minus 100, right? Like some bears might just get to this bad slam.
Yeah. Harder to do that when you go through keycard, which does appear to be the only sensible method of reaching slam, but yeah, it's definitely possible.
Yeah.
So how many spades is East?
I mean, I like 1, but any number from 1 to 3 seems possible. 2 is probably the worst choice of those 3.
There was nothing the defense could do shift on the previous one. Declare always had the option of roughing a diamond high with the Jack of Hearts. Right. So Declare did not need a club trick or multiple club tricks. It might have made Declare's life a little bit more difficult if South had continued diamonds instead of switching to clubs at that point, but Declare was always going to be 650. East does open a spade. So we'll see a takeout double from South. And we'll see a takeout redouble from West.
Yep. North will probably bid 2 hearts. I guess like pass is possible also.
Is pass possible? Yeah, so North bids 2 hearts. 2 spades by East.
I think like pass pass isn't in to play 1 spade redoubled. I think it's just like if partner is 4-3 in the red suits one way or the other, it guarantees that you get to your 8 card fit.
Yeah. Whoa, 3 hearts is a big bid.
Yeah, I think South sort of lost track of the fact that North is often going to have a 0 count here when everyone else has approximately an opening hand.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than if the auction had gone like a spade double and no trump, and North had bid 2 hearts. Mm-hmm. Then here, when it goes a spade double redouble, right? Partners 2 hearts is not a free bid anymore. It's just like trying to escape a penalty.
Right, it's a desperation bid.
Yeah.
And it turns out it's not so bad, right? I mean, they've got like I don't think they're going to make 3 hearts, but I think they can make 2.
Okay. Do you also think they're not going to make 4 hearts?
And maybe even 2 hearts is just too much.
Yeah.
I think like you can rub some clubs in the north hand. You can, eventually just like
you can rough some clubs. You mean you can rough 1 club in the north hand? Because the first 3 tricks are all going to be trumps.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Okay, the first 3 tricks are not all trumps. All right, so
yeah, but this is okay, I guess. It's I think like it knocks that entry out, but like Ace of Clubs club, Ace of Spades spade, West over us, so West can't continue. I guess now West can play a diamond, East can rough, and they can play 2 rounds of trumps.
Yeah,
this is gonna be slaughter.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the trump opening lead. It's of course easier when we're looking at all the hands and being like West is doubling on trump tricks.
Right.
But
I think like West is known to be doubling on trump trips. He redoubled 1 spade.
What? What is this?
What? Like what West redouble says that he has a spade misfit and defense, so when he doubles 4 hearts, it's just continuing that message.
Oh my god! This is incredible! This... Okay, hold on. Let's pause. Everyone calm down. Mostly me, but also everyone else who's freaking out. Whew. What does Declare do now?
I think now you just start cross-roughing the minors, right? Although... and then maybe try to cash the Ace of Spades?
Well, I think Declare's plan, because the King of Diamonds looks like it's from King Queen, right? I think Declare wanted to... Like, that's the reason Declare ducked the King of Diamonds. They weren't ducking because they're like, it's King Doubleton that they've led and I need to cut communication. No, it's like Declare really thinks they might have 2 diamond tricks here.
Mm-hmm.
I think club to the ace, club rough, diamond is the play.
Yeah.
The plan is celebrate openly at the table just to send a message. Yeah, there's. I wonder if there's like a big zero tolerance thing in international bridge, but that might
I don't
qualify.
know, but if there is, based on my experience with this North, he would be often putting himself in a position to get one of those.
Yes.
I've,
Oh,
I found him to be fairly unpleasant.
you missed a thing earlier. I don't remember who it was. It wasn't Malinowski. I don't think it was any of these players. But someone like took a blatant advantage of UI and did something
Really?
highly illegal with it. Um,
Do you know if there was an adjustment or a director call?
I don't think there was, but there definitely should have been. Because like one opponent was like horribly misdefending the entire hand, and then their partner like went into a long tank and ducked a trick, and they just like instant continued the suit.
Wow. Like in a position where there was some alternative defense.
Oh yeah. No, I mean like the person was clearly on this path where like it started out as down 4, doubled, and then they got down to down 2 doubled. And if they had continued on their path that they were like trying to defend with, they were getting out for like down 1.
So interesting that I guess it doesn't matter. I think like the defense has shown no inclination to play trumps, but they're still beating at 300, which has got to be plenty good enough.
Yeah. Um, yeah, Schiff mentions that, it's kind of a cool position where you want to pitch that ace of diamonds, but this happens fairly frequently when the opponents are threatening a cross ruff. Um, you want to pitch winners in your suit so that the opponents can't ruff them. And
Yep.
this kind of like ruins their plan for the defense, which was effectively to just like start scoring all of their own trumps on a cross ruff.
Is he getting out for down 1 now?
No, West has 2 natural trump tricks.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but 300.
Yeah, it's got to be a huge result for East West.
Yeah, like regardless, I mean, what was it going down if they had just let a trumpet trick one? It was down supposedly 2, 3 rounds of trumps. Really, the King of Diamonds beats it 3, and everything else does. This is amazing to me.
Well, by the way, we have a new leader, and it is not the East West pair.
I okay. No spoilers, but I will get there at the end of the round.
Might change by then.
Yeah, it might. So pass by South. We have West has a pretty good hand. I mean, this isn't exactly the hand you want to open 2-0 with 5-4 in the majors, but probably on power, it's about right. So West opens a spade.
Yeah, like playing Robot Bridge, I might do it, but playing with a human, I think it's kind of insane.
Yeah, so spade, 2 spades. I think West's hand is a little bit too bad to go searching for a slam here, so we just bid 4 spades. Not convinced by the 3 heart bid. Like, the shape isn't all that great, we need partner to cover
Yeah.
the club loser with the ace of clubs, the diamond loser with the king of diamonds. We have a trump loser. It's hard to imagine slam having good play, even when partner has some sort of like maximum over there.
I think it's quite possible that 3 hearts was not a slam try, that it was hoping partner could raise, figuring that a 5-4 heart fit might be better than a 5-3 spade fit. Or just this, like now when he makes his 3-no choice of games, East can make an informed decision.
Sure, yeah, that's also reasonable. The downside, of course, to this kind of very informative auction is that it reveals Declarer's entire hand to the defense. You get the 4 diamonds lead.
I think it's true, but when the West hand is that strong, the defense is probably gonna, have very few options anyway. So getting to your size best spot probably is more, the value of that outweighs the cost of informing the defense what's going on when the defense doesn't really have you know, any options anyway.
I mean, maybe, right? But like now North was never considering a heart lead from 10 Doubleton. And
Right.
if the auction had gone a spade, two spades, four spades, then North might have led the 10 of hearts. Obviously, Declare can pick it up. He might run the Queen of Hearts later, pinning the 10 Doubleton. But... oh god, the opening diamond lead went to the king? No. Someone save me. Please.
Yeah, that seems terrible.
Oh no. Okay, hold on, wait. We're getting some undos.
Are we going to undo? Nope.
No.
Wow.
Oh god.
And maybe South will pitch a heart just to to guarantee that nothing can go wrong for Declare.
That would always feel somewhat strange. I mean, I could see South pitching a diamond and then the ace of clubs going away. That's possible. So North's best exit is a trump here. I mean, or a diamond to make Declare guess the heart suit. Long thought by North. Does exit the 9 of diamonds. is staring at this trick like, what is partner doing at trick 1?
I mean, I think North knew that, right? Like,
yeah, that's true.
South, if she had the jack, it would have been, King Jack, so. Yeah, so I think, maybe we're seeing some of North's, actions that only make sense with a client start to make some sense.
Well, so Declare is in this position where they have to guess the heart suit, and with nothing else to go on other than the 3-1 spade split, 3-1 spade split. Because you can't do any... yeah, so this is a good play. You can't do anything if the King of Hearts is offside, so you have to place that card on side, and South is more likely to have heart length. So lead the Queen of Hearts, Jack of Hearts picks up the 10 Doubleton.
Yep. Yeah, and it doesn't help Declare to play Queen of Diamonds pitching a club, Diamond Ruff, exit a club, because now the defense can still give him a rough sluff and he's got the same guess.
Yep.
Alright, so nicely done by Declare here to take 11 tricks.
Yeah, I mean, it is a hard guess to a large extent. I think a lot of the field who just decides to play for the percentage will play a heart to the jack and cash the ace. But Declare did a little bit better here. Like, it's true Declare probably should have been getting a bit more information before making this guess. Play all 4 rounds of diamonds, rough out the club ace, and then make your decision.
Yeah.
But they still would have come to the same realization that South has more vacant spaces than North. Okay, board 32, and then my guess is that VuGraph Operator will kick us out of the table before starting the next round.
Oh, right. Because yeah, I wonder, does bridge base just not go above 32? Is that possible?
Yep. It is a well programmed piece of I'm hashtag not sponsored, but
Yeah.
but no, okay, but in reality, it is not very well designed.
Yeah, I think unfortunately when you're the first to do something, like you can't benefit from the lessons that you yourself learned from your mistakes. Like you're just tied into this legacy platform.
Well, you would think that, but I think a lot of companies will update their software once every 15 years.
That's true. That's true. Like that's there's some like my guess would be that some of the stuff they don't have to live with, but like we all know there's just sort of like weird things where like it seems like you shouldn't have to live with something, but somehow because of some nonsense in the back end you just do.
I I wonder how true that is nowadays. Like my experience, at least from my discussions with a lot of like technical companies and with other people who are like involved in software design business, is like and especially like a lot of my classes that I took in school were all designed around like trying to make sure that the maintenance on our software is held down, like so that it's easy for us to update to whatever the next version is, because that's an important thing. I mean, people have realized nowadays like all of your apps on your phone have updates that come out every week, right? And your phone just
Right.
re-downloads those overnight.
Right, or think of like ACBL score where one guy was retiring who wrote the software 40 years ago, and like that's it. They had to find a new scoring platform.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. um,
Yeah. Yeah, but I think like, Bridge Base is sort of between, but like Bridge Base is what, close to 30 years old. I think some of this stuff like, you know, probably like was less well known, but also, limitations being what they were, I think there might have just been like, less flexibility you know, to build it in that way.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so meanwhile, they did kind of land on their feet and, in this like lot of strength, but also total misfit auction, like five fives, both opposite Singleton Doubleton.
Right.
Nice lead by South.
I mean,
I think it's sensible on this bidding, actually, right? Like, it's clearly a misfit auction. Like, yeah, leading away with the king isn't great, but there's no chance it's going to blow into a strong holding in East, right?
sure, yeah. I mean, okay. I having reconsidered, it's not so crazy. I mean, West has a 5 card spade suit, but South does have a lot of the missing high cards.
Yeah. I think, a club is possible, but I think a spade is, as weird as it looks, I think a spade race to be the safest choice by South. And in fact it was.
I mean, it could easily put Declare in a difficult guess, right? A trick one, and that's
Right.
important.
Yeah, exactly. Like if it's, ace queen opposite a singleton and they have, and now that you have a second heart stopper, but Declare doesn't. Yeah. I'll be back in 1 second.
Yeah. So heart towards the jack. Declare is hoping to steal this trick, and they do. Queen of spades. Now, very important whenever South gets in with the king of spades to cash this ace of hearts. I was not really involved in this auction. We were discussing software updates, which cue like the modem dial-up sound. Uh, so South knows that all of the spades are good and all of the clubs are good, and that Declare has the king queen of hearts over there. Yeah, I really don't like this diamond switch. This is just a big mistake. Declare can just claim. Why are we not claiming? Please claim. Please claim. Declare is overflowing with tricks. Okay, there's the claim. Yeah, I mean, this was like almost a very strong defense. South just needed to spend a little more time working out that East 4 no trump bid showed some significant extra values. And therefore, I think it's very unlikely that North has something like the King of Diamonds. Because it's true, like if South cashes the heart ace and then exits a diamond and North has the king, it's going to go away on the king, queen of hearts that would get set up. Well, 690. I do think we're going to get kicked out of this table in a minute, but that does conclude the round. Is Craig sure East-West aren't the new leaders? In fact, Craig is not sure. It looks like they are the new leaders. Yeah, actually by a substantial margin now.
I heard my name. What's up?
We have new leaders. It is the East-West from the table we just saw.
Oh, for about 5 seconds, it was Zach and Ewan.
Yeah, they're in second. We are going to get to see them playing now. Wait. I assumed that we were getting kicked out of this table, but I'm not. I don't know. We haven't been yet. But yes, the Indian pair Ankle Saria and Majumder are currently leading by about half a board.
And South made that nice opening lead to set up a trick and then forgot to take it, which is kind of disappointing.
Well, South got that trick. They just did not cash the ace of hearts.
Yeah, whatever. Right? To set up 2 tricks and only took 1. Yeah, so the ace of hearts went away.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
So if these names are right, then, I mean, North-South have fallen quite a bit in the standings. Obviously, they were up in first place for a while, but now they're sitting in 7th after that disaster of a round.
Yeah, by quite a bit. It's now, they're fully 2 boards behind first. They really got killed.
Yeah. Yeah, as I said, these 4-board rounds can be just horrific if you run into a very good pair who has your number and you end up dropping a few boards to them. So in third, we see some names that I haven't seen on this list in a while, so they must be having quite a good set today. Kay Preddy and Norman Selway from England. Behind them, Dennis Bilda with Martin Schultz.
Yeah, I think you may need to refresh one more time because I'm seeing 3 and 4 swapped on the most recent.
Yeah, I mean they're still playing the round, so it's not conclusive. But Auken and Welland are in 5th, and all the way down here in 9th, but making a move. I mean they're about 3 boards out of first. No. 2 and a third, math. 2 and a third boards out of first. Matt Brown and Steve Rain are sitting there comfortably in 9th place. Lots of traffic around this high 55% range. Okay, I'm gonna actually pull up the results on that last board and have a look. 2 pairs bid and made 6 clubs. So 6 clubs does make, which is funny. But there were two pairs that didn't made it. Did anyone go down in six clubs? There's a bunch of six no trumps east-west going down. There's a bunch of six diamonds going down. There are some six clubs that went down. A lot of 450s, in fact, in the 5-1 spade fit, which is honestly not a bad contract.
Yeah, I can see that happening if West rebids spades and East thinks it's a 7-card spade fit with stiff ace and support.
Wait. I'm looking at the wrong board. I'm sorry. Never mind. That was the previous board. I totally agree. I wasn't that surprised by it, but I was just completely incorrect. Yeah, it does look like basically everyone who got to game played no trump. That there is one 4-spade contract. Okay, now VuGraph Operator has told us they need to load some new boards. So I think we are about to get kicked out. But we will be back in just a minute. I wonder how the pairs bid to six clubs east-west. Because it's the only slam that makes, and I think that's an artifact of just having the jack of clubs. Like if you switch the jack of clubs and jack of diamonds and make it so that clubs don't split but diamonds do, then six diamonds would be the making slam. Here we go.
I think most pairs, if they got to slam, would be 6 no trump.
Yeah. I mean, there were a lot that were in six clubs, six diamonds, and six no on the last board. It does look like six no was the more popular choice, though. All right, so nameplates are coming in. We do have Malinowski and DeBoden. North-South still, they were leading the event for a couple of rounds, a few rounds back. And we think they're going to be playing up against Grossack and McNay from the US, who have shot up the standings a little bit during the final day's play today. Currently sitting about half a board behind the Indians that we just watched completely slaughter this north-south pair in the previous round.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what their percentage score for the round was, but astronomical. They had 4 strong results.
Yeah. Oh man, Sorval and Nas have fallen all the way down to 15th. They were leading for much of the day today, but they've not had a couple of good rounds against the leaders here. But we're in. So, pass by north, pass by east, and we'll see a no-trump opener from south.
Based on the quality of play we saw from that pair that was leading, not a surprise that they fell out of the lead at some point. Looked like they were making a bunch of mistakes that they got away with.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll see what happens here.
North just has a 9 count with a 4-card major.
And he's just assuming that his partner is going to play a trick worse than everyone else in the field, possibly.
And I mean, this might work out because everyone else is going to get to 3 now, north-south. And
Yeah, it sounds like it's an easy acceptance, I think, with a 5 card suit and a bunch of aces and kings.
yeah, and I mean, with West having the entry to the long hearts in diamonds, I don't think 3-0 is going to play all that well. So opening heart lead is going to work out really nicely for West here. Partner can win the ace and return the suit.
Yep. West knows they can clear it, looking at that dummy, so
Yeah, and it kind of doesn't matter which heart West leads on this particular layout, but obviously the 4 of hearts, I think, would be a lot of players' choice with a 5-card suit
yeah.
here.
Yeah, I think with Queen Jack 6-4 deuce leading the queen is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And a partner had King Doubleton instead of Ace Doubleton, you'd really be regretting a high lead.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So heart to the ace, heart return, declare a Ducks 2 hearts. So I mean, like, this is certainly a thing that can happen, right? When you're playing with a sponsor, and I mean, I know I've played with a lot of sponsors. I know Craig's played with some that, like, you try and do the best on the hand you're given, and take reasonable risks that could still get you a decent score. So here, North, might expect that 3-0 trump could be bid at other tables or possibly even get to that spot. But sometimes, even if you get to 3-0, it's going to be on thin values, and that doesn't necessarily mean that you can make it. It just means there's going to be some chance. Like here, the chance would be that diamonds are 3-2 the other way, where your partner can set up diamonds without letting West on lead. So North's decision to effectively pass 1-0 is like a little bit swingy, right? Like the field's going to be in 3-0, and of course with 24 to 26 highs, 25 to 26, right, when partner accepts, you expect the field to make it more often than not. But if your partner's not going to take the best line of play in 3-0, then just letting them play a no trump and hoping that 3-0 goes down because of bad splits or because finesses are failing is actually quite a reasonable approach.
And you have no spots. If your partner doesn't have a 5-card suit, your hand is not going to be like that helpful as as far as setting up tricks goes.
Yeah. What is Declare doing?
I think this is okay, right?
No,
Like,
this is not okay. Okay, hold on.
I'm blocking the clubs is okay.
No, Declare need to set up the diamond suit. Oh my god.
Yeah,
okay.
this does not make a ton of sense.
This is fine because we think that plus 90 and plus 120 might score approximately the same.
Oh, and I think this is going to be a very good north-south result. I just don't totally understand what Declare thinks she's trying to accomplish here.
Well, I think she just counted her tricks and got to 7 and was pretty happy, and which seems fine by me.
Yeah, good point.
I mean, it's kind of true. If I was left in a no trump on this hand, I probably would have thought the same thing. Now, again, I would have realized that I can't lose enough hearts to make me go down, so I would just knock out the diamond stopper, but and make 120. But still, plus 90 is probably okay.
Yeah, actually, the double dummy solver says that 9 tricks were possible.
Did I miss out on something? You can score.
I think.
Oh, West gets strip squeezed, of course. Yes, but I mean,
you have to go up with the King of Hearts to do it.
Yeah, you would have to go up with the King of Hearts, but additionally, you would then have to lead a diamond. West splits their honors. You win the king. You lead a low spade towards the queen.
Yeah,
it's just not realistic.
Yeah. So, North might have considered doubling a no trump, but it's pretty thin.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I would be tempted.
No, I think even playing with an expert partner, it's a little much. But if partner is going to be somewhat sound for a red white overcall, even at the one level, I think like maybe still too much double, but you're pretty happy about how this has come up for you.
Yep.
And as it is here, Declare can take this trick and four clubs, but that's going to be it, right?
What? I don't
He was trying to
understand what
steal a
Zach
trick,
is
but of
doing
course he was trying to steal a trick.
with. No, 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 no. But I mean, why didn't he play the Queen of Spades at trick one?
Oh, yeah.
I.
Good point.
It's
Well, I think because he must have thought the South had the entries.
it's true. It's certainly true that South must have at least one of the hard entries. And maybe he was hoping that South would have made kind of a big mistake by, like, if
Yeah.
he played low, South might have put up the ace of spades or something. But
Yeah, but here, with a heart position, four hearts are going to run. They're just going to kill this.
yeah,
And assuming the South can work out to play ace hearts and a heart.
yep. I mean, I do like the decision to play a diamond at trick two when he wins the spade. I think that's a very reasonable attempt. The lead was the spade three, so it could be singleton, if not 3-2 doubleton. It's true. I mean, I think a lot of players would rebid two spades as South. A lot of players might overcall two spades with a six card suit. I think it's much more likely to be 5-2, but you're right. I mean, maybe that's kind of the point, that Zach is playing for a possible layout of the cards. Seems reasonable.
So that should get North South back on track. Plus 150 feels like a huge result for them.
Yeah, after the previous board, I mean, they've had two very nice results.
Yeah.
And maybe just because some pairs east-west are going to cash out at trick two on that previous board for minus 100 in one no trump. It seems like east-west got the worst end of that deal. But as you say,
Yeah,
I
for
mean,
sure.
300's available, right? All right.
The North South here are in the Gram zone.
Yeah, that's always a scary situation to be in when you have a sponsor, because a lot of sponsors are terrified of bidding Grand Slams. I think the best way I've had it explained to me by a sponsor was, I just want to have some wiggle room and being able to lose a trick in case something goes wrong, you know?
Amazing.
And it's like, it's true, right? Like, if you bid to 7 and you're incorrect and you have a loser, you don't have any way to, like, get out of it. You can't just magically manifest an extra ace. But here we go. Okay, so we'll see what North decides to do. I think it's very possible North might just bid 7 no trump at some point, figuring that in the worst case scenario, he might be on a club guess, and in the best case scenario, he might just have 13 top tricks.
Yeah, and certainly he would rather play a worse 7-no himself than have his partner play, a mostly cold, but still have to do something 7 diamonds.
Right, yeah. So it does look like 7 diamonds is probably the best slam for North-South.
Yep. And
I mean, then again,
if you pick up either black suit, it's good enough. And, well, here we go.
oh god, this is definitely scary.
Yeah, I mean, 7 diamonds, like, it should be made. You just, like, try the spades, jack doesn't drop, figure out what to do in clubs, but whatever playing you do, whether it's roughing them out or taking the finesse works.
Yeah.
And I think you would play West for for the longer clubs. Well, I guess I don't know about the diamonds, but I think like you'll know East has more spades. Maybe just as a guess. Anyway, 6-0 is going to be pretty trivial.
Yeah, and
And you have 12 top tricks, three spades, a heart, six diamonds, and two clubs.
any chance that 6-0 wasn't immediate and Vugraf lost the bidding? No. I'm certain
No.
that North just didn't want to deal with the possibility of partner passing a forcing bid in the auction, and so just
Yeah.
bid 6-0 trump, figuring that this is gonna have play, and, well,
Yeah, I mean, I think North knew that he was never going to enter a suit contract, partly because they don't have a great fit, and partly because he doesn't want his partner playing a high level contract if he can avoid it.
yeah, I mean, that's also another point. Like, even if North wasn't worried that partner could pass a forcing bid, which I think is going to be the main concern here, North is probably worried that partner might bid 3-0.
Oh, that's true too. I'm just thinking that North also knows that there's basically no layout where suit contract is superior to no trump, so he might as well grab it for a bunch of reasons.
Yeah, and
Like if you switch North spades and diamonds, maybe now there's a case for looking for six or seven diamonds. But on this hand, like whatever, no trump is always going to be your final spot.
yeah, I do believe that if I could look at the North-South hands playing match points, I would definitely pick 7-0 to 7 diamonds. But at imps, I would very much prefer to be in 7 diamonds.
Yeah. Yeah, match points. If the Jack of Spades comes down, that's 13. And if it doesn't, you've got a bunch of ways to, you can take club finesse. Maybe there's a spade club squeeze. Maybe there's even a squeeze involving the Jack of Hearts if the King Queen of Hearts are together.
Yeah. Okay, so 6-0
I
trump
think it also
only
depends
reached.
some on the strength of field, right? Like, in a regional pair game, I'd probably want to play seven diamonds because I'm just not that worried about needing the extra points for 7-0. Like in the finals, the platinum pairs or world open pairs, you want to play 7-0 trump?
Right. Yep. Yeah, so we'll see if this field compares to one of those regional pair game or
Yeah, right.
world pairs. All right. Pass by West. North gets to open a spade. I mean, 2 hearts by East.
Yeah, there actually were a half a dozen 15-20s, but 10-20 was above average.
Really?
Yep.
That's disappointing.
Yeah, there's one 990 and some 940s, some 520s.
Hmm. Do you like double by East?
Sorry, phone was ringing, and actually, I think it might have been something I needed to take.
Okay, I got it.
I didn't recognize the number, yeah, so
Um,
I just threw it. But hang on.
yeah, I mean, I think I would just overcall 2 hearts as East. But it's getting close. With a 6-card heart suit, I would be a lot happier to double first. Because now, if it goes like 2 spades by South, 3 clubs by partner, I'm like, okay, I can bid 3 hearts. I have a 6-card heart suit. Hopefully, it's not the end of the world. But with only 5, I'm not too happy about it. But they get to 2 hearts. And spade opening lead, I mean, we have a guess for the Queen of Diamonds eventually, it looks like. I mean, even if North tries to be clever in some way by like winning the Ace of Hearts and playing 3 rounds of spades, giving Declare a rough slough, it doesn't really cost. So Declare will be down to trying to guess the Diamond Queen. And at the point that he'll have made the decision, he'll know that North has at least 1 club on her, because South did not lead the King, Queen of Clubs. And he'll also know that North has turned up with the King, Queen, Jack of Spades and the Ace of Hearts. That, to me, makes it sound as if we should be playing south for the diamond queen, because otherwise North very likely would have opened a no trump.
Yeah, I mean, I think like Zach certainly would be attuned to the fact that North would open one no Trump on like anything plausible. Given the way this partnership bids, like Ewan possibly haven't hasn't like seen this kind of thing enough to know that North would distort his hand in the interest of grabbing it.
Right. Yeah. But regardless, I mean it. We've just counted up the high cards, and North, if they have the diamond queen, would have at least 14 with a good 5 card spade suit, and could easily flip the king and queen of clubs, and then North just has a balanced 15.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this should be work outable that we want to play south for the diamond queen, but we'll see what Declare elects to do the last board of the round. But I do think
It
this.
also it's also just technical, right? It picks up queen fourth and south.
Yeah, yeah. Probably less likely than if, if there really was like a random guess as to who had the diamond queen, you would probably say Declare was much more likely to have it, trumping this like 4-1 division. But okay, so he does go wrong in the diamond suit.
And quickly, I think he made that guess pretty fast instead of taking stock at that point, which I think, even if you're going to get it wrong, I think most experienced players would like understand that was a really important trick and try to process everything they learned so far.
Well, okay, I will hit back with Helgamo would not spend a lot of time thinking, and he would guess right. But
I was going to say, well, sure, yes. Yes.
like I think it's very possible that if Declare guesses right, they can do it very quickly. If you're going to guess wrong, though, then I think it's better to take some time.
And also,
That's
when you're Helgamo and process everything instantly, like in a sense, you have taken all the time you need.
yeah. That's true too. But yeah,
So yeah, it's not like Helgamo is just like shrugging and guessing,
No.
He does things really fast.
no. I mean, like there are definitely players who would have worked all of this out, like seen this idea or concept before, and been like, as they're going through the motions of like, let me pull trumps. Okay, they're cashing spades. I have to follow suit. They're playing a club. I have to win the ace. Right? Like they would have already worked out all of this stuff, and so like I could see people very quickly going ace of diamonds, diamond. But yeah, I do think
No.
diamond to the king, jack of diamonds is a little bit too much.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, particularly like, this is not Helgamo and, it's like you're not under time pressure. Just, like take the extra 30 seconds and figure out whether you have anything to go on before you just say, well, the guy opened the bidding, so he probably has any given queen.
Yeah. It's so
Well,
I don't.
players make that mistake at all levels.
Yeah. No, I mean it's not as if like this is an automatic like you should guess the diamond queen here. I think there's a good reason to go correct in the diamond suit as I laid out, but
I think it's fine to get it wrong. It's just not fine to get it wrong without giving it due thought.
yeah.
Like, if you sit there and like work out everything you know about the deal and still guess wrong, whatever, we all get a lot of guesses wrong.
Yep.
But just like this sort of, first level thinking of like the guy opened the bidding, so he probably has the queen. Even a less experienced player can, playing in a tournament like this, try to go a little deeper than that.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah, look, maybe it's too hard. Like maybe you sit there and think about it and like, you don't process it correctly because you haven't seen this situation often enough, but like at least try. Anyway, I'll rant over. As we're seeing, so Preddy, I think, was playing for Britain internationally like quite a few years ago, right? I think a fairly experienced player.
I trust you. But yes, this is a pair that we have not yet seen today. at the table, and they've been moving up the standings slowly. But we do have new leaders after this last round. I mean, still one. I can't actually read the scoreboard. I guess one board left to play, but Dennis Bilda is currently in first with Martin Schultz.
So interestingly, yeah, I just looked up Preddy's WBF record and played in the '91 Venice Cup and then a couple of other events since then, and didn't play in an international event between '95 and '17. I wonder if she started a family and took a long layoff, and since then has been back with quite a few good results on the world stage,
Yeah, I mean,
including a bronze medal in the 2022 seniors.
wow, yeah, that's an impressive record for sure. And hopefully we'll get to see some pretty good bridge here. I mean, if Malinowski and DeBoden are still sitting here north-south at this table, I know they were first for quite a few rounds, so maybe the lag hasn't caught up because they've dropped a bit. But currently I do see them sitting in third after their most recent matchup, and Grosek and McNay have dropped all the way to fifth. But I'm excited. Maybe we'll get to see Dennis play some. I do always love watching Dennis play. He's fun.
Yeah, I think just looking among among the players who were leading, he's probably the strongest player among the top handful of pairs.
Definitely. Although there are some pretty good players up there. I mean, I would say Dennis is a bit better than Zach Grossack, but Zach is definitely a contender for strong player up there. Then, of course, Auken and Welland. Maybe not like... I mean, I've always been a Sabina Auken fan for like decades now because there was like an old article about her where like she had worked out that like her hand was getting squeezed and took some like horribly anti-percentage line of play, which worked to make a contract, and no one else in the room did. And I was just like, oh, that's the coolest thing ever. That like as declare, she saw deeper than everyone else in the field.
Yeah, I think I would rank them certainly as the best partnership among the, at least the top 10 or so.
Yeah, so like individually, they might not be like the same level of like a Boya Brogland or whoever that is also playing in this field, but like together they've played a lot of bridge and they have really solid agreements and they just like don't make mistakes. So that does.
Yeah. And of course, we're talking very slight differences, right? Like between, a Zach and a Dennis and a Roy. These are very narrow differences,
Yeah.
In fact, Roy, Sabina, and Dennis all won the Vanderbilt four-handed a few years ago.
I believe that. You know who was on that team? Dennis. He's really
Dennis,
good.
Roy, Sabina, and Dennis's dad. Well, and by the way, with an assist from me.
Oh yeah.
There was so there was so it was in I think St. Louis, whatever that was, like 2013 maybe.
Sounds right.
And maybe even 2012, like sometime around then. And there was a committee with Roy and Sabina against Helgamo and Helness, where Roy and Sabina got bad information, and they got different information on different sides of the screen. But because it was behind screens and it ended so late, they couldn't find, it was when they saw committees, they couldn't find National Appeals Committee's members. So they just looked around for who was still awake at 1:30 in the morning. And
and that was you?
I was one of the people who was, more qualified than anyone else still awake to be on a committee. So they drafted me. Yeah, it basically was like Adam Moldavsky was available and chaired the committee, and he basically, took charge of everything, including the bridge, and we were all convinced. I think the ruling was right, but that swung the, I think, round of 16 match, and they ended up winning the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, winning one of those big team events four-handed is a very impressive accomplishment in general.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm getting a call that I need to take.
Okay,
Back in a minute.
he's gone. All right, chat, we can talk about him behind his back. Tell me all of the good Craig gossip that you have heard. Or don't. You know, he's probably going to see you talking in chat afterwards. So, be careful. But next round should start soon. And I think we're playing through, God, we need to do this again. There are 20 rounds total. So that's playing up to board 80. We've played 64, so we're going up to board 16 now. Oh, look, we've loaded into board 16. Okay, this is perfect. My math was correct. So we have 3 more rounds to play, boards 5 through 16. And we might see a little bit more of Grossack and McNay. I know that they have been towards the top of the standings for a little while, but currently leading the standings, as I refresh once more, oh my, is the Indian pair. It's Enkelsaria and Majumder.
Sorry about that.
Bilda has fallen to second, in fact. That is, oh man, is that a Beatles song?
Just a second. Were they in the lead at one point? I didn't. If they were, I missed it.
Yeah, I mean, they might have been after the last round. They were definitely middle of this round, but
Huh. The highest I saw them in was where they are now.
yeah. So, I mean, still currently in second. There's a little bit of separation here towards the top. I mean, we have Devotin and Malinowski, who are currently sitting in third, playing up against Preddy and Selway, who are sitting in fifth. But Enkelsaria and Majumder are up 2/3 of a board on this north-south pair, and they're up.
Yeah, but remember, these pairs reflect the standings as of a couple of rounds ago.
Right. Yeah. But the current results, I mean, we have 3 rounds to go, and having, half a board advantage over an opponent is starting to be a big deal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, obviously, like the fact that the leaders, possibly have a chance to play, or if you're on like second or third place, you might get a chance to play the leaders, which is one nice thing about the Swiss format.
Yeah, it just means that almost anyone has a chance in the last round. I mean, obviously not the pairs who are sitting at 50%, but any of the top 5 or 6 pairs, if they just have a crushing last round against their opponent, they're going to overtake the person they played, and then if all of the other leaders have fairly flat rounds, then they might overtake them too.
Yeah, I think not just not just that you might have a chance, but your fate is in your own hands. You never have to or you might not have to just hope that the leaders have a bad last round. You might be able to, to play them and generate their bad last round.
Yeah.
Like that, there's nothing worse at a pair game than knowing you had a good final session but came in, behind the leaders and waiting to see how they did. Anyway,
we've had a bit of a break. I mean, maybe that round went so quickly that there was just a long break in between rounds. But maybe they actually just had an on-site break as well. Looks like the last round has complete. Oh no, not quite. If if the current scores are to be believed, there's a table that is on board 66 out of 68. So they're 2 boards behind. That seems unlikely, but I guess possible. Oh, I wanted to look at some of the scores. I mean, since we have time, I may as well scroll all the way to the bottom and look at that board 65. where they played a no trump and made
Yeah.
90. Oh boy. I mean, plus 90 was still worth above average because there's a lot of 3-0 going down one. But there were a handful of 120s. It would have been a few more match points.
Yeah, it was actually less good than I would have thought.
I mean, there's a lot of 400s and 430s as well. So, oh, we have cards. I'm not trying to spoiler shift. I know Craig sometimes spoilers, but I generally look at the updated standings after the end of the round. But 3 rounds to go. So pass by north, we'll see east. This is a English pair. I wonder if they play a weak no trump. We have not seen a weak no trump yet the entire weekend.
Yeah, it's true. It's one of the last areas where kind of standard-ish methods with weak no trump are still popular. Like precision with weak no trump is popular in a lot of places, but precision is not popular in the UK.
Yeah. So?
And I've played against, even within the last few years, top English pairs that still play four-card majors.
Yeah, yeah.
Nope.
Nope. No. So one club looks like they have transfer responses to a club, I guess, which one spade denying a 4-card major. Or maybe something else is happening. I mean, that 2 diamond bid looked... Okay. Yeah, 2 diamonds alerted.
Yeah, I wonder what that's about.
One spade showing diamonds, not denying a 4-card major, and
So diamonds just minimum raise.
yep, 3-0 by West, pretty reasonable, 16 count.
Yeah, so North probably will just lead a spade for lack of anything better to do, right?
Yeah. Spade opening lead's gonna work out
Has,
somewhat well, although the spade suit's blocked.
yeah, I mean, a partner just had like, a third one and Declare had the same ace doubleton, then even though you have no entry, you don't need one because the spade's your entry.
Yeah.
And even so, like, this is still probably going to be okay for the defense, right? It doesn't blow anything up. They can't set up anything anyway. Gives Declare a problem because now we can't take the heart finesse safely.
Yep. Yeah, so Declare first has to work out how to play the diamond suit. I mean, it's pretty natural to lead low to the jack. And so
Yep.
Declare has gone that way.
I mean, I think Declare will probably take a diamond finesse or a heart finesse late in the hand anyway, but it's a little uncomfortable for him with North having the spade set up.
Well, so question number 2, what do we do now? Because,
Yeah, nice duck by South here.
like, it could be right for Declare to cross to a club honor. Oh.
Like cross to a club and try to lead the queen of diamonds.
Yeah, and that would blow up the diamond suit. Declare would
Yep.
lose a couple of diamond tricks. So, yeah, South probably should have ducked. I mean, it seems very clear in retrospect if you look back at the auction with one spade showing diamonds. You know Declare has 5 diamonds, so there's no reason for you to win the king immediately. You'll get it later.
Yep.
And now
Yeah,
we do have a squeeze on North, so Declare can...
Declare losing one.
Yeah, Declare can guess the Queen of Hearts from here to make all the rest of the tricks. So declare can cash 2 clubs, cash the queen of diamonds and the 2 of diamonds, pitching a spade and a heart, and cross to the heart ace. And North will have to come down to a singleton heart. Wait, did I do this correctly? Sorry, yeah, I did this correctly. Okay. I was. Oh, now North has pitched the 3 of hearts, though, so this should give the position away to declare. I mean, not guaranteed. It's not.
I think he. I mean, I think he. Obviously, he doesn't. Yeah, he didn't know where the last club was.
Right. Yeah. Maybe the declare's choice there at the end was based on North's hesitation over the queen of diamonds. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hard to say.
Yeah, certainly possible.
But okay. 430, I mean, I think we could see a variety of results on that board depending on what happens in the diamond suit early. But 430 feels like an okay result, although 460 obviously would have been really nice for East-West. On to board 6. We will see South open in second seat, 1 diamond. Do you bid a heart? Do you double as West? I'm kind of tempted by double.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I think actually I like a heart and then double later. But
my thinking is that if I double, right, and like let's say the opponents raise diamonds and then I bid hearts, partner kind of knows what I have. Like obviously a 1 heart overcall is okay, but it's less forcing. Like I don't really want a heart to pass out. I do have a pretty good hand.
no, that's true. I mean, it's pretty good, but like if it goes a diamond double, 3 diamonds by North, which with our singleton, it often would pass.
Yeah,
Now we kind of have to double again. We can't bid 3 hearts.
Yeah, we double again. I mean, that's kind of a sad auction. That could happen. There's definitely downside.
I'm much happier diamond, a heart, 3 diamonds, check, double.
Oh, of course. Yeah. I mean, that would be ideal.
And the hand's a little under strength for double anyway, by my standards.
Sure. Yes. I do agree with all of these things. But there are definitely a lot of nice features. So West does elect to double first, and now that North has bid a heart, I think West is going to be pretty happy with his choice, because now West can basically give up. He knows it's not his hand.
Mm-hmm.
I assume, I don't know gender. Norman Selway, probably.
West is.
But, I mean, might be tempted to come back in. Obviously, he does have this 16 count, sorry. Diamond shortness, big deal. I think doubling back in's okay, actually, from West's perspective. It's not great color-wise, but, they haven't doubled you yet when your partner bids 3 clubs.
I mean, also the hope is that this is a preference auction and not a true raise auction as we're seeing here, and that East has a bunch of diamonds and can just pass it.
Yeah. I mean, that would be nice as well.
Not inconceivable, right? Like, how can the opponents have a 10-card diamond fit on this kind of thing?
Exactly. I mean, could West be thinking about balancing 2 hearts?
I doubt it. I think the suit's a little too weak, unless he thinks that maybe North psyched to 1 heart response, which is possible.
Oh, there is Vugraph operator. There is a director call.
Interesting. I wonder what that's about.
Okay, West had put his hand over his bidding cards like he was about to pass, but he's allowed to bid. Got it.
So it's interesting because I would have thought this event was behind screens, and behind screens, like you can do that, and they shouldn't be calling the director at this point because now the other side of the screen didn't necessarily know what was going on, and now they do.
I mean, I have no idea if they're behind screens.
I would be surprised if they're not. I think the rest of the world, most high level tournaments are behind screens 100%,
Yeah.
like WBF, EBL, EBU, whatever they all are.
Yep. Okay, well, West did balance two hearts, which, I mean, it seems somewhat reasonable. Like, this was your plan when you started with the takeout double. And yeah, it sucks that North has four hearts over there, but those four hearts don't always include an honor, right? It could be four small.
I mean, I think he thought there was some chance that North was just fooling around too.
That's possible. But North South are going to be fairly comfortable in three diamonds. They just have four losers. And they might not even have a fourth loser unless West underleads the Ace of Hearts to get partner in for a club switch. That is not going to do it. The Jack of Clubs.
No,
Very
this is not
tough defense.
not what the defense needed here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, definitely very tough defense to get all of your tricks there. So Declare just gonna pull trumps, eventually lose a spade and a heart from here. Are we gonna continue playing for some reason? Hopefully we'll see a claim on this one. I have noticed the players have been a little bit shy about claiming. But there we have it. 10 tricks. 130. Ooh. Okay, this could be a fun hand. So East West have a club fed, and they should be able to find it. Oh man, what if East West never find their club fit and instead North South find their heart fit?
Right. Well, I think it probably will start, club a heart, and then if you're East, you're certainly looking for a penalty, and West is going to accommodate you.
Yeah, West is very happy to defend a heart doubled because of all the aces and kings. It's a little bit different if you have a West hand over here with like King, Queen, Jack of spades, King, Queen, Jack of clubs, and a heart void, because now you, like, even though your partner has like 5 or 6 good hearts over there, you're not contributing any tricks on defense to your side. So like a heart might just make on power because Declare has a bunch of aces and kings and your partner gets unplayed and trumps. But here, West with ace queen of spades, ace king of clubs, should be pretty excited to defend a heart doubled. And I think South is going to sit for this with the doubleton heart. So East is on lead. I imagine we're going to see a spade hit the table. You definitely want to start shortening yourself. Okay, yeah, I mean, Queen of Clubs works. My choice probably would have been a spade.
And I think, right, they're trying to shorten themselves by getting a ruff in the suit that they know their partner has.
Well, they also know their partner has spades, but yes. Yeah. I mean, just like Queen Doubleton is generally an awkward lead sometimes.
Yeah.
But that works. Queen of Clubs, discouraging, and these players, as I think Craig has mentioned, have played together quite a bit. So they're on top of their carding.
Yeah, look like they've been playing together pretty regularly for the last several years since he's returned to the game.
Yeah, so now,
So cashing the club in case he's had a singleton queen led, seems fine. Maybe now he should be playing a diamond, but I think this is okay too.
whoa! Why did it declare rough that trick? Why not just pitch a spade?
I mean, they had to have known the opening lead was a doubleton.
Yeah.
So now,
Oh my god, that two of hearts was insane to me. Well, anyway,
yeah. Although I think he still would have been better off playing a diamond through let East cash two diamonds, lead a spade, and now the ace of spades can pitch a diamond.
um,
Maybe not if it really matters.
yeah, no, I mean you're certainly right that like if West knew the entire deal, then sure. Um, it is true that double dummy defense would have been to cash the couple of diamonds first, and then three spades, and then rough a diamond, and then East and North are both trump tight at that point, and so East can get however many hearts that she'll end up with.
And commentator points out that 1400 could still be okay north south because east west have a slam that's worth more than that.
Yeah,
They can make six no trump. They have 12 top tricks.
yeah. So maybe West has bungled this defense at this point now a little bit. West needed to cash the ace of spades, maybe.
I think, East might have just had too many trumps to deal with anyway. Like, North might have always been able to get two tricks, which is all he needs to be the East West 1440.
Well, but North is going to get three tricks here. I mean, I think one heart doubled is going to be a field contract on a lot of tables.
North is going to get three tricks here.
Isn't he?
Is that really true?
Doesn't he get two trumps and the king of diamonds?
Well, he's going to get the king of diamonds now, but I think if North had just been able to exit, they might have been able to end play North. Maybe not.
Yeah, but the East was on lead. I mean, there was nothing East could do. West needed to cash the ace of spades.
Yeah, yeah, oh, yeah, yeah. So you mean, right?
And regardless, it might have been good enough anyway. Like North might have just scored three heart tricks because East was repeatedly getting unplayed in trumps. So yeah, I mean, from here, East gets two hearts and North gets two hearts.
Yeah.
And that's going to be, what, 1100?
I think so. Yeah, down four, right? Yeah, will declare we'll take three tricks for 11. And 11 and 14 are probably actually they're probably not the same if one heart is a common contract.
Yeah, I think one heart doubled might be the field contract on this one. I mean, we can look afterwards, but it seems pretty likely to me. I mean, I don't really see, like, maybe North won't overcall heart at some tables because North's hand is a little bit weak. South is a passed hand. So 1100. But East West did have slams available their direction. I mean, six clubs and not six spades. I was hoping. I was looking at six spades, but no, not quite there. But yeah, six clubs is available.
Yeah. Yeah, I think right. You have to 1400 beats six no, but not six clubs.
Yeah.
But 1100 beats them both.
Wait, but does six no make? Hold on.
Yeah. You have six clubs and two diamonds is 8, and the heart is 9, and three spades is 12.
Yeah. Yep. All right, on to board 8, last board of the round, then 2 more rounds to play today. And we will have a champion, 1 heart by west, 1 spade by north. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's just continue overcalling on these mediocre hands. 2 hearts by east. Whoa. I mean, given North's overcall on the previous board, I think we bid 2 spades with South's hand, right? Like, but South does go a little bit more aggressive with 3 hearts. What is North doing? Yeah, Shift, I apologize. 6 spades is cold on the previous board. I just, for whatever reason, I thought that you needed to avoid a spade loser, but you can lose a spade and still take all the rest of the tricks. It's just like playing no trump. Okay, 4 hearts doubled, but let's... Is this going down? I guess. Unfortunately, 6 spades by west goes down. I don't think so. Yeah. Jack of diamonds lead. All right. First hurdle, South needs to play low. They do. I mean, North is incredibly lucky that Queen of Clubs is a trick.
Right.
I don't understand the double by North. There it is, the dreaded club switch. Now Declare knows that bad things are happening. I mean, probably already suspected that bad things were happening, but...
Yeah, I mean, he may think the North has all 4 hearts for this double to make sense, given the South showed a Cupid race.
Yeah. I think North was giving this auction, just bidding based on high card points. Like, oh, partner has 10 high card points, I have 9, 10. The opponents can't make game with only 20 highs. So, second club, Declare can win the king, and just start cross-ruffing. I assume nothing weird is about to happen, right?
Yeah, I was wondering whether that 10 of hearts could come into play, but I just don't think so.
No, I mean,
Declare
can
just play
Declare ever
hard at some
make
point.
this if the Queen of
Oh,
Spades sets up? So North follows, and now we rough another diamond, and North pitches a spade, and we can set up the spade, but it's just not enough. North did pitch a spade, but yes, it is not enough. Low heart?
yeah. The Queen of Spades is the winner, but it doesn't really do anyone any good here.
Yeah. Well, hold on, though. 9 of hearts.
Well, come on.
Wait for it. Oh. Okay. Queen of clubs and down 1. Crazy double by North. I mean, it might have swung, a fairly average board to a top, but just no defensive trick. I mean, 1 defensive trick in hearts, and decides to go after it.
Yeah, no aces. Yeah.
All right, so 2 rounds to go, and let's get some updated standings with that last board yet to come. The Indian pair that is sitting at this table, north-south, was leading, so they'll probably increase their lead a little bit. They were ahead by about a sixth of a board over Bilda and Schultz. And then just behind them, Aachen and Welland are sitting in third place, about almost a full board back. And then we have Ben Norden and Stefano Tomasini. Very close as well. De Boden and Malinowski also pretty close to that pair, but they're maybe a third of a board behind them. Some of the pairs we saw earlier have fallen off. I mean, Preddy and Selway that we just saw obviously had a little bit of a disaster of a round here and have dropped all the way to sixth. Peter Frieden and Simon Eckenberg have moved all the way up. They're in seventh currently. They're a bit more than a board out of first place. Grossack and McNay are also in eighth, a little bit overboard out.
Yeah, so they're slipping a little bit from their peak.
Yeah. So I guess we're probably... Oh, wait. We have some updated names. Norden and Tomasini are in north-south. And they're currently sitting in fourth. They are more than a full board out of first at this point. A little bit more, but that just kind of shows the difference between the first place and fourth place teams. I mean, I think a lot of it thanks to that double. I can have a look on the very last board.
The double might not, East-West got a little overboard anyway, I think. At a lot of tables, it was probably just 140, so 50 and 100. I doubt made a huge difference. Like, once you get to defend four hearts, if you're north-south, you're in really good shape.
Yeah, it's true that the double did not... Yeah, the double didn't gain a ton. I mean, it did gain a sixth of a board. So
I was going to guess 10 or 15%, so a little more than I anticipated. But yeah, like, the big swing was on the opponents just getting too high.
Yep.
And that was really south, making this Q bid to get a side to three spades. I think that won the board.
Yeah, you know what? On the previous board, now I don't know for what reason this is the case, but one heart doubled was actually not a very common contract.
Maybe West isn't doubling with a void and a strong hand,
I mean, I think it's more likely that North is just not bidding on 5-3-3-2, right? Vulnerable, weak 5-card suit, partners a past hand. There's a lot of negatives going for it.
Right.
But
yeah, good point.
Yeah, average result was 3 no trump, making 13 tricks. And only maybe a third of the field got to slam. Okay, scores are continuing to update. I am keeping an eye on which pairs are playing against each other. I don't have a good sense because they update the matchups on the previous round scorecard for the next round. So this whole which table pairs are sitting at is not actually telling me what's happening. But we will be seeing Tomasini and Norton. Wait. Sitting east-west? I don't know. We do have some nameplates, but I don't actually believe that this is the table we're going to be watching. Maybe it is.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, both these pairs are doing quite well.
Yeah. It depends what you mean by quite a few 1400s. I mean, like, there were some 1400s down there, but it was not a large percentage of the field. Some of those things that look like 1400s are actually 1440s.
Right.
So there were 7 pairs out of 80 that played the board, or 79 that were 1400 on that one. And there were 4 pairs out of 79 that were 1100. This was on board 7. But yeah, tough hand. I mean, just kind of goes to show that I think in stronger fields, or at least up against stronger competition, people will double you. It's not always safe to just overcall at the one level because you have a 5-card suit and 8 high card points.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's important, right? Like, people bid very aggressively, and you have to collect your numbers, otherwise they're going to run over you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, obviously doubles are more important at match points than they're at teams a lot of the time. Like on that previous board, if you were offered 1400 and you scored 1390 or whatever, 1370, it's not a big deal. But if you, in a match point field, there is a big difference between those two results. And of course, like if you're offered 1400 and most of the field is only getting to game on your cards, 3 no trump, as it appears happened at many of the other tables, then obviously scoring 1400 or 1100 is a big deal. We are getting some updated nameplates, and this is what I was expecting. Yes, this is what I was expecting.
The Indians against Norden and Tomasini?
Yeah, Norden and Tomasini sitting east-west, and Inkelsaria and Majumdir sitting north-south. So we should get underway shortly with the second to last round. Now, even though these are the 2 pairs that are sitting in first and fourth, north-south have more than, well, about a 1-board lead over this east-west pair coming into this round. But North-South's closest competition, Bilda and Schultz, are only sitting about a third of a board, or a little bit more than that back.
Yeah, it's a shame we haven't gotten to see that pair in action yet.
I know. Hopefully in the last round, we'll see. Well, we have action. 1 spade by north, double by east, redouble by south, west runs to 2 clubs, which is an interesting decision. I mean, it looks like West might have just been attempting to escape the penalty, like planning to, if the opponent's doubled 2 clubs, run to 2 diamonds.
Right. Of course, when South pulls the 2 spades, West is thrilled, and East has no reason to go to 3 clubs.
Wow. I mean, this is a surprising result as well, because like North-South never got hearts in the picture, and obviously they've missed this large heart fit. West 2 club bid now coming back to haunt him here because East leads a club.
Yeah, I don't love South's sequence here. Like, it's not clear what's better, but you gotta feel like he was, like he was probably a little unhappy with this guy. Maybe the answer is just don't redouble with a hand like that. Like, it's not like you really want to be defending.
Yeah, but it's not as if like the redouble was the thing that failed to get hearts into the picture. If you're not redoubling, you're passing, right? Or bidding a no trump.
And you bid 2 diamond transfer, possibly, although that's kind of silly. I think, maybe you can't bid 1 no trump because that might be clubs.
Yeah, fine. Well,
I was like, maybe you just pass it out. Figure, your opponents are red white, like you don't really want to be bidding. It's a break of discipline, but so is this.
Yeah, I wonder if South gave any consideration to doubling two clubs. It's another like match point double. I mean, it doesn't look great. You don't have good trumps, but your hand is kind of defensive. Being in spades forces you to play this hand correctly. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a lot to the play, but you take the spade finesse, it works, and now you knock out the heart ace. This is kind of like a cute play that some players will make when you have a suit set up. You can just like knock out the opponent's long trump rather than trying to run your suit. And then if they make the mistake of not cashing out, then you could get an extra trick. But North-South do manage to make 140 in hearts. Nope. We don't get a result.
Huh.
The board is just gone as well. So
Yeah, maybe I'll
what do they
fill it in, but I guess probably not.
Yeah, so what do they make in hearts? Because obviously East blew a trick by leading a club away from the king at trick one.
Yeah, I don't remember the full layout, unfortunately.
So I think in a heart contract, Declare is going to lose 2 diamonds, a club, and a trump, which will also be 140. They might have gotten back to average given that opening lead.
Well, meanwhile, we've got probably another opening bid and double here, right? I would think South is going to open a diamond. Yep.
Yeah, so Diamond by South, West this time has a very clear decision to make the takeout double first, planning to bid hearts later. And and once again, North has picked off the heart suit. Okay, but West bids 2 hearts anyway.
Yeah. Excuse me.
So North on lead. I mean, I guess you lead a diamond, but a trump is somewhat tempting as well. Yeah, it's
Like a diamond is pretty normal.
yeah, a diamond's definitely normal. Just because an opponent bids one of a major in response to an opening bid doesn't mean they have a real suit. That is the lesson to be learned.
It would be a disaster, but I think the King of Spades is an attractive choice. Like partner did rebid that suit, and we might just get a ruff that otherwise would go away.
Yeah.
I would say very committal lead. The diamond is a more neutral choice.
All right, Ace of Hearts, King of Hearts. Declare is going to be happy to see the Jack drop. And now we'll just continue pulling trumps. And I mean, I guess we lead a low spade out of hand. Because what else? So we know the spades are 4-2 because South rebid a spade.
Right.
And
Yeah.
we
Wonder if you maybe just exit with a minor and hope the defense does something silly.
Yeah, but now that we've pitched all these clubs from dummy, the defense is just going to exit clubs. We're going to be back in our hand. Like, we do want to set up our second spade trick. So, we don't want to risk getting tapped out and only scoring the spade ace at the end of the hand.
Right.
So our choices are we could go ace of spades and a low spade, but that doesn't really help. There's no layout where this gains. I really like the low spade because now in this situation, yeah, okay, so North does hop up with the spade king. But if North hadn't done that and let South win the jack, then the ace of spades will fill the king and Declare actually makes 3 spade tricks. But this is nice. South puts Declare back in, but now Declare can just try the spades from the top. It's not going to work. But 9 tricks is pretty nice.
140 feels like a pretty good result.
Yeah. Like, you didn't get overboard, you got to the right suit. All feels kind of good. I mean, maybe East-West can do okay in spades as well, but it's a little bit tricky to get there. It's kind of cute what's happening here. I mean, South needs to pitch a club, a low club. And then if South gets thrown in with the club to the ace, South has to exit the jack of spades to block the spade suit. Presumably South will find this defense per force, but I've actually really liked a large number of things that West has done, and to me, this is like the strongest play I've seen. Yeah, he exits the jack of clubs to the ace. Okay, very nice play by South. Jack of spades back. Because now the spade suit is blocked. I think we're seeing a claim. There's not... North isn't like thinking about whether to play the singleton spade or not. So 140, as mentioned, kind of good result. But yeah, very, very nice attempt by Declare and really nice defense by South. South was ready. I mean, I like that South thought for a while before pitching the 8 of clubs, and then when he got thrown in, he just instantly exited the jack of spades. So 2 boards left to play in this round. Yeah, I mean, South could have... South could have avoided this issue, where if North didn't have the spade 8, then Declare's line of play actually was scoring an extra trick, because then the 8 of spades would have been good in Declare's hand at the end. So I think South made a little bit of a mistake by just lazily exiting the king, queen of diamonds earlier, instead of going ace of clubs, club. But yeah, I mean, ultimately...
Yeah, I think... And Declare can always take 9 tricks, right? Just 6 hearts, 2 spades, and a diamond.
Right, yeah, but the point being, if Declare's 6 of spades was the 8, then... Then South actually dumped a trick by kind of lazily exiting in diamonds at the end.
Right.
Yeah, and the spade king play was very important. I mean, I hate to say that I'm very impressed with West after seeing that one board, but honestly, given the play from some of the other players in the event, I think that was a really nice attempt by West to get an extra trick. Fine, I'll say it. I'm very impressed by West. West played great on that board. This was amazing. This is what everyone's here to watch. Not doubling on 0 defensive tricks. Okay, anyway, I'm over it. We don't need to talk about that board again. 4 hearts by South.
So they made, a little bit of aggressive bidding, but this is going to go down. Oh, sorry, 3 spades was denying slam interest. This seems a little weird.
Yeah, and maybe an interesting treatment that you just have like one bid. You don't want to go through fast arrival when partner's unlimited, and so they kind of like switch the meanings of those bids.
Yeah, right. But yeah, this with the heart, queen third offside, they're just going to be down pretty quickly.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. Declare needed two of three things to go well: the spade hook, the hearts coming in, or the diamond hook, and only one of them comes home. So, not a terrible game to reach, but ultimately it is not going to work out.
Yeah, so he'll be feeling good after winning that finesse because now he just needs the Heart Queen to drop.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by Declare's line of play, but I guess it's okay. He can now go ace of spades, spade rough, diamond rough, spade rough, and he doesn't end up losing any extra tricks.
Yeah, and if a singleton Queen of Hearts had fallen, he could have done the same thing and then eventually drawn the last trump with the Jack and just lost his two clubs.
Well, the risk there is that the fourth spade gets overruffed, so I think Declare maybe should have set up a club pitch for spade loser.
Mm.
But yeah, in this case, when the Queen of Hearts does not fall, Declare can just get out for down one. Queen of Clubs, East pausing just to get a quick count on the hand, make sure that he's not like dropping partner singleton king or that Declare doesn't have a singleton king. But that is down one. So I think East West have had some nice results. Unfortunately, a lot of these boards have felt somewhat flat. This board is anything but flat, I think, though.
Yeah, I think that one, like, sure, they're going to be happy to go plus, but plus 50 is probably within a few match points of average either way.
Yep. Yeah, but this one, oh my. We are in for quite the spectacle, I think. So North gonna pass, okay, West opens a no trump. That's already like a little bit of a deviation from some of the field decision, I think.
Possibly, but it shouldn't be, right?
It shouldn't be, but yes, I mean I think it is. So two clubs by East. Stamen.
Great for West, who got to show his no trump and now shows his six club.
Yeah, although little does West know that someone else has six clubs at the table. So South coming in two diamonds. Long tank by North, pass. Alright, it does look as if East has now been able to transfer to Hearts.
Four Hearts is going to make fairly easily, right? Even with, well, sorry, Four Hearts by East would have made. Four Hearts by West is not great.
Well, I mean, it depends what North leads.
Right, but from East, it's totally cold, and here they can start with a club rough and beat it.
Can they beat it? Hold on.
Yeah, club rough, ace of diamonds, low diamond roughed.
Yeah, but then what?
And then another club.
Okay, but declare rough.
Oh, sorry, you said a singleton club, you just rough high. Never mind, it's cold from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a ton of difficulty. I guess Declare can just like rough the third round of diamonds with the Jack of Hearts, pull trumps, and then pitch two spades on the King, Queen of Clubs.
Yeah, you have 10 top tricks, 5 hearts, 2 spades, and 3 clubs.
Yeah. Now, I really hope the two of diamonds is a Vugraph error. Because I don't want to be like, man, West played that last hand so well and now has made an elementary mistake at trick one. West, of course, should be playing the nine of diamonds on this trick to confuse the... Well, you know what? Never mind. West opened a no trump. I take it back. Like, it should be very clear that West has the second diamond regardless of what spot card is played, but maybe better technique is to play the nine. I do not like the Queen of Diamonds return because your partner is not roughing this trick no matter what you do. And I think it's very clear that you want to get a club rough
right
as South. Like, looking at the high hearts, so it would be a little bit different if
if the East hand were concealed, yes, your
Yeah,
partner might be able to rough the jack.
right. But
Your partner can still have the jack of hearts, right?
right. But then your partner can rough the second diamond low, give you a club rough, and then rough the third diamond
Oh,
high.
then yeah. Right, good point.
Yeah. Um, so like if partner has the jack of hearts, everything works out. If partner doesn't have the jack of hearts, then you it doesn't help to cash a second diamond. You just have to get your club rough. So this I think was it was a nice set from East West, but the boards did not give them the maximum opportunity to kind of capitalize. I think East West have demonstrated on this round at the very least that they're one of the standout strong pairs in the field. At least they're certainly the strongest pair that I've been watching all day. Because I think they did quite well on a lot of these auctions and also in the play. One round to go. Now, for the most important update, our standings. Aha. Oh my. I really hope that somehow we get this final... Wait, what the hell happened? I refreshed once and saw that Bilda and Schultz were in first and Aachen and Welland were in second. And I refreshed again, and now Aachen and Welland are in fifth.
Yeah, same for me.
Okay. Well, these are the current standings. So in first with... It looks like 2 boards to play in this round, so this might change. Bilda and Schultz are way up there. They are in first by a full board over the second place pair, which is the Indian pair that we've been seeing a lot of today, Ankelsari and Majumder. Tomasini and Norden have moved up in the standings, and now they're actually in an exact tie with the pair they just played against, the Indian pair, in terms of match points. And then rounding out the top 5, we have Grossack and McNay in fourth, and Aachen and Welland. Wow. The only thing separating them is 0.2 match points, fourth and fifth. But there are a few boards to play. That's what these little arrows mean. So these standings could update. I will try and let people know as we move into the last round. I hope we get to see Bilda and Schultz. That would be great. And I hope we don't see them playing up against the Indian pair. It would be really cool, actually, if we saw this East-West pair, Norden Tomasini, playing up against Bilda Schultz in the last round.
Yeah, I guess Ferdinand Eckenberg pulled up all the way to 6th place. I think they were in 12th the previous time I looked.
Yeah. Another fairly strong pair from Sweden.
Yeah, I think one of the spectators maybe to correct me. I think Eckenberg is Swedish but lives in the UK, but I'm not 100% sure. Could be wrong.
I do not know. But a little bit of jostling. Okay. Sabina Aachen and Roy Welland have moved up into second now on my scorecard, but there's still a couple of boards to play. Oh, they're playing against the leader. Wait. No, that's round 20. Okay, we're going to get to see Bilda and Schultz playing up against Aachen and Welland in the last round. This is exciting.
All right.
I have fought through 12 horrible and terrible rounds of bridge just to watch this one epic matchup in the final round. Hopefully everyone has stuck around. I'm glad that there are still people hanging out. But we do get to see some pretty high-level stuff, I think. I mean, I don't know anything about Dennis's sponsor, but...
Dennis's sponsor.
I mean, I assume it's a sponsor.
I'm not sure, actually.
I mean, I guess some pairs do, or some players do play this event non-sponsored. I mean, I do see a few pairs that are non-sponsored, but I just assumed since Dennis mostly plays sponsored events.
Yeah, so he did play in the 2015 Brutal. I'm not sure. I think he may not be a sponsor, although I don't know.
Oh, wait a second. They're on board too. Oh no. Disaster. Have I spoken too soon? Are we going to see the same? Are we going to see the fourth place pair playing up against the eighth place pair? Because they are playing. It's the same Indian pair playing up against Peter Frieden and Simon Eckenberg in the last round on table 1, which might be the Vugraph table. No, please don't. Please don't. I came all this way.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
I don't know. Do we have... Yeah, we have nameplates. No! No! Please put real players in. I say this as like Frieden and Eckenberg come in, but please, we just want to see real bridge. For once. Maybe it'll be better in the team events this weekend. All right, 4 boards to go to determine a winner. And unfortunately, we do not get to see the top table for this round. Oh, that's so sad. It might not even be the decider, because that's such a strong table that they might play to almost a draw, and then one of the pairs that is just behind them, like Norden Tomasini, could end up catching them, for example. Not a large separation between the top 4, I guess, pairs.
Yeah, I didn't look at how many. I see. So the first place pair, Dennis and Schultz, have a solid lead, but then really tightly bunched among the next 4.
No. You need to refresh.
What do I?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
But still 1 board to go in that round for a few of the pairs. It's very sad, though. I would have liked to see that table, too. Because, I mean, not only is it the number 1 and number 2 pairs going into the last round, but it's also 2 quite strong pairs.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Really have not seen quite top flight bridge throughout this event.
No, but
some nice stuff, but yeah, it's definitely been a bit of a mixed bag here.
Yeah, well, I think there's certainly other pairs who are in it, but I think it is among the top 4 who are mostly in contention. 5th place is about a full board back from first at this point. A pair from the Netherlands, in fact, Thiele and Westerbeek, sitting at 56% or so over the sessions. But yeah, Aachen Welland, Vilde Schultz, Norden Tomasini, who we just saw, and then Ankel Saria and Majumder from India are all definitely in contention. Vugraph operator says short break before last round. So we have a few minutes.
So there's looks like 3 Indian pairs in the event. I wonder if they're all going to play as a team in the next round.
That would make sense. It's also very possible.
And one of them is. I was going to say one of them is Jaggy, who I think has not been resident in India in some time, although he moved back there. Like, he lived in New York for a while. Maybe he lives in India now. I know, like, there was a period when he was trying to play as a full-time pro in the U.S. It was based in New York.
Yeah, I think that's pretty common, that for a lot of these events where there is a pair thing and then a team thing later, all of the pairs show up and play in the pair event. And so even for pairs that are not playing with a sponsor in the pair event, they might be sponsored for the pairs to play. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good for the sponsor to have his pairs get some warm up practice in. Particularly if we're coming all the way from India, where there's a really substantial time difference.
Right. Yeah, so it's pretty common, even if like a lot of these pairs otherwise would not make the trip out by themselves, as long as like you're on a sponsored team, it's kind of common practice for the sponsor to pay for your
Like underwrite it, yeah.
yeah.
Not pay you a fee, but cover your cost of being there and playing.
I mean, I've seen people who get paid a fee to do it, but yes, I mean it's certainly you would want to have the full team there for the entire time.
Yeah. I guess it makes sense. Like if you're a sponsor paying a bunch of money for one of these top level events, you'd rather have your pros play together and warm up together instead of them like hustle for side work or just playing with someone, of their own choosing.
Right. Yep.
And the way to do that is to pay them to do it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Long break. I like how Vugraph Operator says short break between rounds.
Yeah, I was actually wondering whether this break would be so they could feature, the whoever's playing for the event in the last round instead of the delayed pairing, but I would guess not if we already got names up.
I mean, I hope so. But
right.
Yeah, it seems unlikely.
Yeah, if we do, I guess
Whew.
we get to see.
Okay, well, Bilda and Schultz's last result came in from the previous round, and they have skyrocketed. They are now in the lead. It's still a tight race, but they do have now, well, a 30 match point difference over second place, which is about a fifth of a board, and they're, I mean, almost 2/3 of a board ahead of third place at this point. It will still come down to that table, I think. Obviously, if Bilda and Schultz have a good set or just like an average set, I think they're going to come out ahead. But if Aachen and Welland do manage to pick up 2.5 boards, then they will overtake them.
Yeah, and Aachen and Welland certainly are the swingiest pair of the top group, right? I think, the Indians actually seem to be playing fairly down the middle.
Bidding wise, yes, I think that's true. But I guess it depends what you count as swings. Like, I think mistakes are swingy.
Sure. I didn't, but like Sabina and Roy, like they generate a lot of action, under their own power, as opposed to just like playing normally and either getting it right or not.
Right. Yep. Well, I mean, boards have not updated.
Generate abnormal results. Yeah.
I am still hopeful that we will get the top table playing. It would be nice. Am I curious about any of the boards in the last round? Maybe this last board? Yeah, what happened on this last board at most of the tables?
I didn't look. I mean, making 5 seems like it was a very good result for East-West of this table.
Yeah, there's that is mostly the field split, is 420 versus 450, with 450 taking the better end of that. There are some fun results. I'm just gonna read these off in no particular order. 6 hearts doubled by West, down 2. 2 diamonds doubled by South, making. 3 diamonds doubled by South, making. 5 clubs by West, undoubled, down 3.
I like that 6 hearts did get half a match point from the pair in 6 no down 6.
Yes. Yeah, 6 no, undoubled, down 6. All right, Vugraph Operator has told us that the last round is about to start. here we go, 4 more boards, and there are the cards, and we have the wrong nameplates. I'm very sad. This is disappointing. Can I go home now? I think I am home.
Yeah,
All right. One club by north. One club by north. Huh?
I mean, why wouldn't you bid a club?
I guess. I guess it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm
12
counting
12
the hand
points
again.
is-
It's 12. Oh my god! It's 12. How is that 12 count?
I mean, jacks still count for one, even when they're jack doubletons.
Do they? Okay, I'll take your word for it. So a club heart, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, artificial. North bids 3 diamonds just to pattern out, and I guess South just bids 3 no.
Yeah, I think
No,
so.
no. South has a huge club fit, right? What if partners 1 2 the other way in the minors? Aren't we looking for 6 clubs? Okay. Hold.
Yeah.
So what do we do with South though?
I still kind of like 3 no trump. Well, I guess actually, right, a partner has like stiff jack or stiff queen of spades instead of queen jack doubleton. You might be down in 3 no trump making a lot of clubs.
Yeah.
Maybe bid 3 hearts to like see what partner does.
No. 3 hearts would be a single suited game for us. We bid 3 spades, right? Like we're unsure about where to go.
Right.
I think that's going to fetch 3 no from North, and that'll just end the auction. But yeah, I could definitely see 4 clubs from South. I think it's a reasonable alternative. And spade lead fired out quickly. This is going to lead to down 1. So, I mean, good result for East-West here. Obviously, I mean, I think it's possible that some North-Souths will get to 6 clubs, so this might not be a complete disaster.
Yeah, I think there's sort of this like match point thing where it's like once you're in some number of clubs where 3 no might have been playable, you might as well be in 6.
Yeah, I've never really bought into that, but I know that some people have that delusion, I'm going to call it. But yes, I mean, I just think like South's hand is so good when North has showed 6 clubs that South might just gamble on 6 clubs being a reasonable spot.
Yeah, and as you say, if you switch Norse majors, 6 no is basically just on the club finesse.
Right. Yeah, exactly. 6 clubs, you mean? Yeah.
Oh, 6 clubs, right.
Yeah, and obviously, like North doesn't have to have such a terrible bid for opening the bidding. North has 1 control and has opened the bidding. North could have had some kings over there.
Right.
But I do expect this
And
to be a
so
good result for East. I mean, assuming West cashes the king of spades.
I was going to say, was it better play another spade now if he wants to go plus?
I don't understand West's tank.
I think he's probably just like figuring, like from his point of view, you know, like maybe I guess actually, like I'm saying, like, could he be worried that North has a stiff spade, but like North never had a chance to suggest 3 no since South bid for 4 clubs, so I think he just has to like hope that something went wrong for the cleric side.
Yeah, but the two.
Like if North had affirmatively rejected 3 no, then West would probably think it was because North had a stiff spade, but here North never had the chance to.
Yeah, but the 2 of spades gives West count.
Right. Good point.
Like it's possible North has King Jack Doubleton of spades, and so a spade back doesn't do much, but
it doesn't cost.
Yeah, like I mean, you're looking at the dummy. What is he thinking about? A low club trying to cut down on diamond roughs? I don't think so. All right, 10 of spades return to partner's king. And now East tries to figure out the right plan. No, it just exits a diamond, which seems safe. So Ace of Hearts, Heart Ruff. What is this emote? Hold on, I'm gonna find this. We'll see. If it's a good emote, I will add it right now.
Be back in just 1 second. I'm gonna get a glass of water here.
This is just a forcing emote. Oh, it's an animated one. Oh, cute, cute. Oh no, where's the add button? I feel like I broke something. This is just a forcing emote. Look, it's probably true that everyone really should have a forcing emote. On their channel. I think that would make a ton of sense. I'm sorry, is actual bridge happening? I have not been paying attention. I may have added it. Maybe you can refresh. I don't refresh, you'll get an ad or something, but I think it is added. So you could probably refresh and use it. Who knows? I will not be refreshing in the middle of stream. Anyway, board 14. So 3 boards to go. 5 clubs does go down 1. No trump by West. 2 clubs by East, 2 diamonds by West. 3 no trump by East. So I think we talked about this a little bit, that sometimes players will, be quite content to open a no trump, upgrading a 6-card minor. Two rounds of hearts. Declare ducks the second round, wins the third. It's a little bit tenuous to duck that second heart. North could have switched to spades, of course, and that would have hurt Declare quite a bit. I mean, Declare also has an issue about what to discard on this trick. Not a club, but if you pitch a spade and later the king of diamonds is offside, you're going to lose a ton of tricks. So it might make more sense to pitch a diamond and plan on taking 2 spade finesses. I guess not. North can always counter this plan by flying with a spade on her. Club to the ace, king of clubs probably. I mean, no guarantee. I think if West...
Yeah, this is a little, wow.
Oh my god. No, he has to stick in the jack now. I think 100%.
Yeah, I guess didn't South have a legitimate play of a diamond there?
Oh, well, that, yes. But I think Declare's line of play basically has been revolving around getting this club guess right. He ducked the third heart. He found out about the 5-2 heart split. So now it makes it more likely that the clubs are 3-1 as opposed to the normal 2-2 distribution. It's definitely worrisome, right? If we stick in the jack of clubs and it loses, North cashes 2 hearts and we just go down. But okay.
Yeah, and he's certainly considering the winning play.
Yeah, he does get it wrong.
I mean, wrong, but not because you know. Oh, it's right. He didn't have a ninth trick at that point, even if he. I guess like he could have gone up with the ace, cashed his clubs, and played a spade to the 10. That seems like the other possibility there.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, certainly. I think it kind of seems as if he correctly worked out that the opponents would not have misdefended so badly in the spade suit to give him that chance. So he knew
Yeah, well,
spade.
South did find a nice fault. South did make that nice false card in spades.
Yeah, 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 but like, South would not have won the king of spades if he had king empty. North would not have played low if they had the queen. Um, so there's
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
there's no way the spade suit was anything other than king queen offside, and that's why Declare elected to take the diamond finesse at the end. I think it's probably a lot based on South's decision to play club as opposed to a diamond, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, depending on how good West thinks North and South are.
Yeah, and I think I'm with West on this one that I don't think North and South are very good. I've been watching them play a bunch, but
Right.
um, but yes, they. I mean, South has done some things well over the course of the day. I just don't think that South is an expert. I think they're just um, decent amateur players. Yeah, Shift, it's totally right that Declare could have flown ace of diamonds and run the clubs and maybe caught North in a show-up squeeze. But I think the decision was just South has the diamond king, therefore let's take the diamond finesse. Didn't really consider beyond that. What is going on here? So West opens the bidding a diamond. South does not decide to preempt on the queen sixth. North overcalls a spade, not two clubs, but one spade. We get two spades by East, limit raise. Double by
Yeah,
South is confusing.
I think double by South was just showing a spade card.
Really? Okay.
Uh,
I mean, I guess then it's not confusing, but this does explain why North got a little bit overambitious and bid four clubs, unfavorable, and now North South are in four spades. I mean, maybe this isn't the end of the world, but it does look like Declare is getting tapped if East West work it out. Yeah, and they quickly have. I mean, obviously West probably knows that his partner isn't doubling on just a three-card trump holding here,
mhm.
so quickly returns a diamond, which means even if Declare gets the spades right, he is just going to run out of trumps.
Yeah, I gotta say, kind of feels like, like North did it to himself by choosing this weird sequence.
Ah, okay, yeah. Shift points out that we could have squeezed South on the previous hand by hopping up with the diamond ace and running the clubs. Yeah, you're right. Maybe this was overlooked by Frieden. Because it seems like he was very confident about the spade position since he took the diamond finesse and not the spade finesse. But yeah, if he was confident about the spade position, then it's free to go up with the diamond ace and run the clubs. South gets caught in a squeeze. And he would have gotten out for down, one less or two less, maybe. Declare running the ten of spades is not the way.
Yeah, and obviously he's kind of misled by the penalty double, possibly kind of reasonably.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any reason East needs to have the jack of spades. It's, of course, a little bit more likely that he does. But
Well, someone has to have it, and you have to decide who to play for it. So playing for it to beat the doubler seems kind of reasonable.
Oh, but I don't think you have to, right? Like maybe we just get out for minus 800 or something.
Oh, I see. Yes, yes, yes. Good point.
Like, I mean, okay, to be fair, we're probably not getting a lot of match points for minus 800. So
Yeah.
maybe you're right that Declare just came up with a plan to make the contract and hoped that everything went well. But, but yeah. Um, You need to find the golden kappa when you send messages like that in chat, just so everyone knows that you're trolling. Really nice defense by West here, underleading the Ace of Hearts to get partner in so that partner could pull another trump. Declare could have gained an extra trick there by roughing the Ace of Clubs with the Queen of Spades. Get out for 1100, but again, maybe not a ton of match point difference between 11 and 14 here when North-South really just didn't have any business being in 4 spades. Whew. Okay.
Yeah, so that certainly is gonna help the East-West cause.
Yeah, I mean, there have been 3 swingy boards here, right? Like 5 clubs down 1 on board 1 is good for East-West. 3 no trump down 3 is good for North-South. And then 4 spades doubled down 5 is, of course, just going to be probably a top for East-West here.
And Gale, though, where are they coming into this round? I don't recall.
I mean, neither of these pairs are in contention. That's not true. The Indian North-South are in contention.
I was going to say the Indians were doing quite well, I thought.
They are, I mean, they started out 2/3 of a board behind first in this round. So they're absolutely out even if they get a top on this last board. But I don't think East-West have a chance. They started this round 2 2/3 boards out of first.
Yeah, and I won't spoil, but I just refreshed and saw where both pairs are lying.
Yeah.
But I didn't recall where they were coming in.
Yep. All right, so last board, kind of a tame end to the set. West opens a no trump, East checks for, I guess, a 5-card major. I don't know what's going on, and bids 3 no. You get the 10 of hearts lead, Rusino, and I mean, there could be a little bit of a swing on this board because at some tables, South will likely overcall 2 spades, I think.
Maybe. I mean, in front of Stamen, where there's often going to be a 4-card spacesuit on your right, it seems kind of crazy.
I don't think spades are likely to be 4-2. I think East is likely to have 4 hearts. But like
I guess that's true. Well, except when they are, then they're going to be 6-4-2-1 around, and partner has the singleton, so it's a nightmare.
Oh yeah, no, I mean it's going to be terrible if you catch that very unlikely layout. But you're favorable. Sometimes the opponents are planning to play in 2 no trump, and you just want a spade lead. So we're going to see another down a monumental amount in this contract, it looks like. North has done well defensively to preserve the cards that he has. All right, diamond over to the ace. Probably lead a spade up now, hoping that we can steal a spade trick through South, but down 2. And so, I mean, the point on this one is that on a spade lead, Declare has 8 tricks. So the difference between -1 and -200 could be a big deal. Yeah, last board of the event. I mean, I assume West is spending some time thinking. Just exits a diamond. And now North can cash out.
Yep, so defense now has the rest for 200 in this result.
Yeah, so it feels like both of those pairs exchanged a couple of tops and bottoms. I mean, the last board might be a little bit flat, but probably slightly better for north-south than it was for east-west. And that concludes, I guess, the live coverage. I don't think there are any other tables in play, which means we can sit here and press F5 on the standings until they've fully been updated.
A few moments later.
There we go. Standings are finalized. Looks like a pretty flat last board. And so Bilda and Schultz do win overall. Aachen and Welland, after kind of a disastrous first day, I mean, I know we saw them down in the 40% margin, make the comeback all the way to second. And the Indian pair, Ankelsaria and Majumdir, end up in third. So congrats to everyone who played. There's still maybe a little bit, a few boards out that could change some standings here and there. Pairs still playing, but this is mostly the overall finishes for the event.